Oh, we actually went live. See, chat, all you have to do is keep attempting the same thing and expecting different results, and it works out. So, sure, apparently it finally worked. Yeah, so those who see this YouTube video way later, we did miss a lot of the VOD. Yell at YouTube, because it wouldn't let me connect on the YouTube side while Twitch worked fine for, like, the last 4 hours. And all that stuff. Let's see, you just like horror in general. Never enjoyed it. But you've been enjoying people, do playthroughs of Dive or Die. Yeah, no, I haven't looked into it in great detail. The moment is like, it's horror themed. It's like, whatever. What is this button? Actually, take items of matching type. But it doesn't seem to do anything. So matching type, it would drop the weapon? I don't... This is new. I hadn't even thought about this. Because that'd be nice if there was, like, an easier way to manage some of these things. Oh, right. I don't sit down. I do this. We're ending up getting a lot of exercise in, way more than I normally would. But it's because we just don't have the books. For those who missed, the power is going to be going out soon. So we still have power now, but we did get the first alert that the power is going to be dropping, which usually means you have 2 days inclusive until the power goes out. So most likely we will still have power tomorrow, and then the next day the power will be gone. You know, what exact time it drops, who knows? But we have been living our best life. We got a ton, like an absolute ridiculous amount of cheese out of the grocery store. So we're living on a cheese diet right now. Yeah. You have the generator book yet? No. To be fair, unless you're playing on easier difficulties, it is highly unlikely you'll have the generator and magazine in your early game. Can you say constipated? The Skyrim diet? Oh yeah, where you get knocked down to 10 health and you just wolf down like 8 cheese wheels really fast. Get your life back up. Okay. Yep, and 1 more kilogram, and then we're in our healthy range weight-wise. If we do start to look like things are going to get dicey weight-wise, the plan to address our weight is if we look, because we've explored around here during the last helicopter, so I think my plan for that, it will be to go up here, and we don't really care about these houses so much, but these 2 buildings here, there are a bunch of different, like, bunks, like, it's like a barracks. There's a very good chance we can find fishing and hunting equipment up there. And it's literally from, if we go where we're at, is I'm staying in this house, it's just straight up the road and up there. It's honestly a place I could probably sneak in without having to actually fight everything. And by sneak, I don't mean like sneak, so much as drag the zombies away and then go in and go room from room. Like, if we get lucky and we score a key, it makes our life easier. We can just let ourselves in. Because the whole one, like, it's 2 buildings, but each building has a key for all the individual barracks. Not, 1 key per barracks. And the water is still on. Is this going to be 2 runs, or 2 back-to-back times that we, Are you going to take your car? That's kind of the question, because with the car, I can go up that way, and the noise doesn't matter. And there's always a possibility I find a well, I mean, up there's probably going to be no generator. But if they're going to an area where we find a generator, I can chuck it in the car, bring it back down. And did you upstairs in the mart yet? We have not gone upstairs in the mart yet. I've been cleaning out a lot of the zombies in the broad area. I'm gonna kill this one zombie that's over here. And there's also cows up here, or at least a cow. I haven't checked on it in a while because the zombie's been chasing it everywhere and stressing it out. And so I really don't want to get gored by the bull. It's a pretty easy way to die in the game. I know I saw a zombie saw me. Cool. Okay. But once the power goes up, we're on limited gas until we get a generator and can hook it up. You know what, honestly? Let's see if we can't make that happen. I will take the truck for at least. Okay. And if we run into a situation where there's gonna be a ton of zombies, we'll just kill the Yeah, so network is compromised, so we should expect the power to drop fairly soon. Yeah, so we're gonna go up here. We're hoping to get a good backpack. But more so we want a fishing pole. That's kind of the big thing we want. Can you run over zombies? Seems like an effective way to do that. You can run over zombies and it will kill them. It will trash your vehicle pretty badly, pretty fast. So very quickly you'll have a non-functional car. Usually the comment I make is using a car as a weapon is converting a car into a coffin. Because what most of the time will happen is people get overzealous with it. They'll keep like spinning around doing the car, and then suddenly the car will die in the middle of the zombies. And then they've just died. And people be like, oh, well, you can back in and it won't trash your engine. You're right. But it actually will damage your gas tank, and when your gas tank zeroes out, your car will definitely not start ever again without, like, ripping out the entire gas tank. So, there is no safe way to use your car as a weapon. You know, obviously if you hit a zombie or two, it's whatever. Like, that just happens. But I'm talking about, like, using it as a weapon where you are just driving over and all that stuff. Because it'd be kind of neat if you could Mad Max cars with high skill levels. I mean, sure. Alright, so around here is where we're going to start seeing the zombies pick up. So I'm just going to ditch the car back here. But, the best way you've seen to use a car is a big open space, light a bunch of Molotovs in the middle, circle with the car with the fire, honking the horn. Yeah. Generally speaking, I discourage people from using, like, the Molotovs or lighting the campfire, putting the ambulance or the sirens going to the fire nearby and all that stuff. You can kill zombies there, but the thing is your character will gain no stats doing any of that, so you haven't actually made yourself any better at fighting the zombies. And then sooner or later you're going to have to fight the zombies straight up, and you're going to be worse off for it when you get to that point. Let's see, the gas tank zeroes out against burning zombie to the Gark the Bloom itself? No. Generally speaking, there's not much in the way of explosions in the game. You can have a generator explode if its maintenance too low. Eventually, like, it gets more and more risky that it might explode. You can obviously get, like, Molotovs and pipe bombs. But otherwise, there's really not much that explodes in the game. So we got 6 more bullets. Why does it keep freaking out with the aim? Oh, is it because we're terrified, maybe? I don't use a gun super often these days. Three more bullets. But I'm deliberately doing this to make a bunch of noise nearby where we're going to try and draw some of the zombies away from there. I'm not expecting to see any keys on these zombies we killed, but still. Oh, this is nothing. This is genuinely, like, a complete nothing burger for me. My normal playstyle is to play on 16 times population, which is just absolute shenanigans. Rain of Swamp? No, it's just a field after it's rained. It's just like a normal field, it dumped rain all last night. I actually don't think there are any proper wetlands or swamps in Project Zomboid. Okay, so I don't care about these 8 houses here. These houses up here, you can find... maybe I do care. There are 2 survivor houses up there. Why not keep the gun? Guns have wear and tear on them, and they'll start jamming. And generally speaking, it's not too hard to find more guns. There's only a couple of guns that are worth going out of your way for, like... The assault rifles are very, very rare. So those ones are worth holding on to, but your regular, like, pistols, you find them constantly. Also, guns are real heavy in the game. You lose all progress if you die in this game. Depending on how you choose to play, yes and no. Normally, if you're not running any type of mods or whatever, when you die, you lose all of your skills and all that kind of stuff. However, you can choose to spawn a new character in the same world, and you can go find your past self, kill them, and take all the equipment and all that, and if you built a base, go back to that. So you can kind of play the game as, like, hardcore or, like, medium core. Generally speaking, the other way to play, which is how I play, is when my character dies, I start a new world and everything. There are mods that let you retrieve your skills. There are settings in the game where you can have it where you just don't lose your skills. Like, you just respawn kind of thing. But that's all stuff like you can go into the custom sandbox and change. But by default, when you die, all your levels and all that go with you. So all I'm doing right now is I'm Pied Pipering a bunch of these zombies away. I don't care about them. These two buildings I'm not super fussed about. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But those barracks that are up there, those I care about. Okay, so what we want to do is these barracks can have a lot of outdoor gear. Okay. Okay, so unfortunately, we've got our arms all hurt and all that from just... Well, our arm's sore, it's not injured hurt. CD player, heavy socks. all junk in here. Diary, knee pads, military. I think that's the one we already went in the last time. So we're not seeing any of the outdoor stuff I'm used to seeing. Seeing like overalls and all that, which isn't the worst, but we were really hoping for stuff like fishing equipment, outdoor backpacks, camping equipment, that kind of stuff. Because remember that being the loot here. So we got 2 more rooms here to check. And 3 over here. Got a handbag and socks. This is pain, and it is because of muscle strain. So I got 1 more room down here. So this is actually pretty disappointing. I'd really counted on having outdoor stuff. Whether or not I got the fishing pole. Are you in Rosewood? We're north of Rosewood at the moment, but I have been staying in Rosewood, yeah. So it almost looks like this got changed from being like an outdoors barracks to being like a farmer barracks. Because we're seeing like overalls and all that. We haven't seen like straight up farming equipment, but it's been like straw hats, overalls, that kind of thing. So loot isn't random. So the specifics of what you get is random, but like you'll find certain types of loot in certain places. So, like, if I go into a garage, I'm more likely to find stuff like tools and car parts and, you know, stuff like that. Where if I'm going into a kitchen, I'm more likely to find, like, food and utensils and stuff like that. But, like, what specific stuff I find in there will be different. Yeah, so if this doesn't give me any outdoor stuff, that kind of messes that whole plan up. Because I'm glad I kind of came up here earlier than I had planned to. Because we've been clearing Rosewood, I'm like, okay, it's going to be pretty close, so we'll soon start having to worry about weight and all that. So I wanted to find a fishing rod, because that would help me with that. Woohoo! Okay, all right. Hi, friends. I was expecting maybe one or two hanging out the door. I wasn't expecting a whole welcoming committee. Yeah, needless to say, we're not seeing anything like farming or anything like that over here, unfortunately. There's a zombie in there banging on the door. Okay. And I did notice there's a zombie got through that window. At this point, though, we probably don't want to mess with the survivor house. It's take too long to get through, and it's kind of a one-way in, one-way out kind of situation. I probably shouldn't even be bothering trying to loop around and do this one now we've recognized it's not having the loot tables I was hoping for. Oh, there's a whole mess of you in that room. Nah, let's get out of here. Not what we were hoping for. So these houses could potentially have stuff. Because, yeah, with that loop being the way it is, then my better choice is just to continue on like we were pushing to the south, try and get into the neighborhoods. Because that becomes my new best chance of, like, getting what we're looking for. Yeah, there were 2 survivor homes up there. Like, you can see I've already got them marked on my map, too. It's just right now we're a little exerted. And there's a big mess of zombies. I'd want to clear out the zombies in the area enough that we can get in, properly loot, and get out. I guess the muscle strain is falling off. You know, like I said, it used to, like, way back, it had, like, pseudo-military stuff. So not, like, assault rifles or whatever, but you could find, you know, sometimes the big backpacks and that kind of stuff. And then eventually it moved to be more, like, outdoors stuff. So, like, hiking bags, fishing poles, that kind of thing. Magazines around making traps and hunter stuff and whatever. Okay, so our muscle strain's gone, but we were not actually, you know, clear of exertion. You never find anything in those places? Yeah, no, that's... It seems like they've changed these barracks over to be farmers' barracks as opposed to outdoors barracks. Which is fair. It's in the middle of a bunch of farmland, so that's reasonable. No, it's very clearly farming stuff now. It was military, then they made it outdoorsy stuff, and then it's clearly moved into being, like, farming stuff now. Okay. So we've got fishing. Yeah, so I've got a fishing book and a schematic. Okay, so let's deal with this. So you, 3, in the bag. Oh, that's real bad. Okay, we got lucky there because I forgot that the door was barricaded. Alright, so what we're going to do here is you're going to put an X over that one. And the other house is barricaded. I probably won't be able to get into it. Yeah, so that one will have to come back and check later. Yeah, so unfortunately, while that was a survivor house, it was a very underwhelming one. We did score a little bit. I got a fishing book. Sadly, it's a higher level one. We got a thing that we can learn to make tire armor, and then we can learn about growing hemp. Yeah, no, I mean, you can have it where it has, like, a weapon cabinet and all that. That's good. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to actually fight in there and clear that area realistically because we're going to have to pry the boards off. And we can't do that reasonably while under duress. So the point was this trip up here was a bust. So it does look like... Oh, and also one other thing. We did loot this building entirely. I didn't quite see the last two spots, the top one, but I'm expecting more farming stuff. But yeah, so that poor barracks has gotten nerfed many times. It used to be like back when there was I will back up my save build. You could go up there and it technically could roll military gear. But it's very little, but like you could have military zombies spawn there, but it was super rare. And there was almost no zombies there in the first place, so even on 16 time swap, most of the time you'd see maybe one military zombie, and the odds that they had anything you cared about was minimal. But there was a trick you could do if you wanted, where you could draw a bunch of zombies to it, and then leave, and then go away for a while, and eventually the game would unload those zombies where it wasn't remembering what their setup was, and then you would go back. And since it wouldn't remember what the zombies were, it could re-roll what kind of zombies they were, and then maybe you get lucky and some of them become military. But it was one of those things about putting in an incredible amount of effort that you could just go someplace else and get military gear. But, it was very, very hard historically to get a hold of military backpacks. That the only places other than that, like if we go back before Louisville, the only place you could get military equipment was that set of barracks. You have a very small chance. There was the military surplus area on the west end of the map. That was a pretty good chance. And then there was the secret military base. And that was pretty much it. But once the map expanded, they added the, you know, military checkpoint and all that. The barracks from there... I'm just going to peek over here real fast since we're up here. So what ended up happening since then is they made it so it's no longer military, and they made it like outdoorsy with later Build 41 and I think Build 42. Where again it was like fishing poles, you could find trapping magazines and stuff like that. And then after that, it's what it is now, which is apparently it's like a farmer's barracks. So where the local farmers stay, so it's a lot of like overalls and straw hats. I didn't see anything that overtly made me think farmers, like having, you know, oh, they'd have their trowels or whatever. Still. Okay, well, that's more map revealed. But yeah, now that they've gone, because it used to be this was farmland out here, but when you looked at it, it was just like the stripes. There weren't actual crops, like you see down here. And at Build 42, they really made the farms feel like more Farm-X versus just some texture chucked on the ground. And making the farms feel a lot more like proper farms. It does seem like they've added more, you know, infrastructure that would make sense with farms. Again, having a farming barracks, where we used to have back in the day, we used to have these warehouses that were just full of tools. And that used to be how you got your weapons early game, is you go to local warehouse and you had weapons till you could go into late game and still be picking weapons out of the warehouse. Like, it was just obnoxious amounts. And then later Build 41, they nerfed all those warehouses, where instead of having a bunch of tools in almost all of them, they would have, like, produce. And so that produce would rot after only a couple of days because they weren't even refrigerated. There was still one or two warehouses that are all tools. I don't know if they still are, though. There was one that was near Louisville that was still all tools. And I think there was one by Riverside that was still all tools. But broadly speaking, almost all of them got turned into being nearly exclusively produce or just empty warehouses. Which is a game balance decision, because it used to be you'd go to like the Riverside warehouse or the Muldrow warehouse, and then you were just kitted for the rest of the game, to, you know, weapons-wise. Not literally the rest of the game, but so long. Hey, there's the bull, cow, whatever. I did take my key, right? Yep. Alright, that's probably the last thing you'll be able to refuel until we get our generator and generator magazine. Okay. So let's go in here, grab the tire iron. Alright, so I don't see any zombies having closed in on us since we pulled in. Which is good news that we've gotten to the point I could drive my car up here, and we don't have half the block closing in on me. We can spend the rest of the day killing the zombies down there. Let's see, summer was fun while it lasted. You gotta go back to work tomorrow? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so the plan from here to get a lot of those things we need is just, again, continue to go through hop building to building, clearing out the zombies. Because none of the stuff I was working on there was necessarily urgent. It's one of those things in Product Zomboid, you'll feel like something needs to be addressed now. There's no time. You've got to get the generator, you got to get the magazine, you got to get the fishing pole, you got to do this and that. And there's very little that's actually true. Like, other than, like, not getting grabbed by a zombie, that's kind of the only urgent thing. But until you start pushing where it's like, oh, I'm getting really close to dying of malnutrition. Like, it's once you start getting to the point where your health is going to start declining soon. Until you're at that point, you've got all the time in the world to deal with food. Let's see, for the no Bob is from accounting, there is always a Bob in accounting. Well, I doubt Bob from accounting is one of them. There are actually names that they found naming a person certain names does give a measurable increased probability that they'll work certain jobs. And I think it's more like a, not a nature, but a nurture kind of thing. Of where, like, you get this name, and because there's someone who is, like, famous doing that job, that maybe is something you potentially, like, seek after kind of thing. That you're more likely to work that same job just because, you know, it'll be a pop culture thing, a reference, whatever. There's a little bit of gas in there. So you're currently in a position where you wish you could work more, but your job is currently giving us no overtime due to having issues with SAP update. They wanted to incorporate AI into having it manage future possible purchase, which is stupid since you're a month and a half past that update. And they're trying to fix issues, yeah. It almost feels like in a lot of way, for a bunch of people in the higher ups in business who just don't know any better, I feel like the AI is being approached a lot as like when Agile methodology first started gaining popularity, where they're like, but Agile, you can do more with less, right? 'Cause Agile. It's like, that's not how any of this works. There's a van you see in town called Why Call a Plumber When You Can Call a Plumber? Why call a plumber when you can call a plumber? A plumber's plumber? But yeah, there was a hot minute where people were like, we're an agile whatever office. It means we can get more done with less. You're like, none of that is what you're saying. And then you look, it's like, okay, well, what about agile have you implemented? And usually it's like a big nothing. The maintenance one. I'll take the trash, candy, corn, and cola. Let's see. Oh man, you feel that when you work in ERP. The C-suite talking about agentic workflows to be implemented. The guys lost their marbles. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that a lot of times it's people who genuinely get fed a line and they buy in on it, not really knowing what they're talking about. You didn't know you could be paid for that. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure even with the other definition you could be paid for it. There are certainly people who would consider it. Which, you know, between consenting adults and yada yada, it's all good. So what keyring do you have? Not one I care about. For those not catching the gist, I actually don't know what ERP is in the first acronym being used, but one of the acronyms for ERP is erotic RP. Which is when people do stuff like GTA RP, but like it gets heavy and steamy, as it were. Which, for the record, 100% against Twitch TOS. Like, they can be lovey-dovey and hug and kissy, but once you get past PG-13, it's a straight-up no. Which is hilarious concerning GTA. To be fair, that's because puritanical values, where we're like, you know, murder, blood, and gore. Yeah, that's fine. Booba? Oh, hell no. Booba? What are you trying to do? Yeah, I figured it's all just gonna be more food back here. And that's supposed to be a hardware store over there. I wouldn't say that's true. So Ninja's saying, you know, CEO is a bean counter, though. And the guy could not... Well, I mean, if you're talking about your CEO, that could be fair. But, like, I've definitely had people in leadership positions in companies who are genuinely very knowledgeable and competent people. I've also had people in those positions who are very not those things. Who you have to kind of walk them through, and even then it's like, okay, look, you really don't want this thing. You're being fed a line about this. You don't want this thing. Yeah. I mean, I personally don't have particular optimism about the future of AI and its capabilities in regards to that kind of thing. I actually am pretty pessimistic about it. It's like, you know, where they talk about, hey, like, VR is the future of video games. VR is going to be everything. All games are going to be VR. We're definitely not there yet. Or, like, you know, going to the movie theater and how many times they've been like, 3D is the future, 3D everything. And there's still some theaters that now you can get 3D, but people genuinely try to avoid it quite often. Like, sometimes they'll relent to it. I mean, NFTs is a whole different thing. No one really felt like, don't get me wrong, there was a bunch of people who got bought into the pump and dump with NFTs about, like, it's the future and all that. But anyone who genuinely thought it was the future were hoping for a fast cash-in before the floor fell out from underneath it. You know, again, there was suckers who thought it was the future, who were the entire ones to get the money from. But that's just the regular tech word buzz cycle. Blockchain, crypto, NFTs, Web 2.0, was a Web 3, whatever. I think it's Web 3. It's all the same kind of, same general groups of people pushing them. Get the next buzzword out there, get everyone frothing at them out, get the investors just chucking their money out. Get back out of it before the floor falls out, make your money. Leave someone else holding the bag. And to be fair, there's a lot of developers who are fine, like, sure, I'll charge you a bunch of money to implement your thing. Do you take options? Nope, I expect you to pay me. Because, low-key, not expecting those options to be worth anything. Lot of startups happen with whatever the latest tech buzzword is. That, they kind of have no future, but if they get a bunch of investor money thrown at them, that's fine, they can operate for a good couple of years. Got some magazines we can read. Go ahead and eat some cheese. What does the alert channel forecast update? Oh, when? What time? 8 a.m. 8 a.m. it updates to the current day. And then the earliest the helicopter can show up is 9 a.m. So at the absolute minimum, you get about 1 in-game hour warning, which is really rough. So yeah, we pay you in stock is an extreme no thanks amongst experienced devs. You have to really, really believe in the people and the product of what's being made to consider that. It's not never the right idea, but it is 99.9% of the time. If part of your primary compensation is going to be stock options, it might as well be paying in monopoly money, because the vast majority of startups don't make it. And some of the ones that even have the good ideas and the right people, they'll be like, oh, well, we're going to be Facebook, but... And then Facebook looks over the fence and goes, oh, well, we could just do that too. And then they just do the thing that was the entire baseline of your product. You go, well, that's me out of business. Okay. Yeah, no, it's very much when you're looking at, like, the big company corporations, whatever. Like, you can have a lot of intelligent and meaningful and successful people on it, and yet somehow you put them all together under, like, the flag of a big company or whatever, and suddenly a bunch of people seem to get real dumb. Or, if not dumb, really morally and ethically devoid. For whatever reason, when it's business, there's a whole lot of people who are ready to immediately take their values and bend them because money. Alright, let's take these 2 magazines and chuck them on the body. Here, we at the healthy weight range yet? Not quite. Because my plan when we hit the healthy range is to just nom an entire bottle of mayonnaise to kind of keep us on that healthy range top end. We are going to start running into problems where keeping our weight up is eventually going to become more and more of an issue. Which is why we did the detour today trying to find a fishing pole, is that was to prep for when that happens. We get a long time before it's a real problem. But it was worth taking a peek up there, seeing if we could solve the problem right away. So now we're taking the slower solution, which is going to be just hopping from building to building, hoping we can find either like the magazine to learn how to do the fishing pole or the trapping or whatever. Drop off our holster. I'm not gonna use it. Last year was a recovered former addict motivational speaker. Like you said, your school district went straight for a corpo. Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of pressures to do that kind of thing. Because especially when you look at a lot of that stuff and go, well, where does the budget come from? All these metrics that are very business-oriented and all that. It had 6 different set of company values in 14 years, and the BS is extreme with those. The local town hall viewing parties may as well have been comedy show when they present those laughing track for real. Yeah, no, that was I had a pretty candid conversation with the CEO at the last company, which like the CEO at the last company, he made some bad decisions, but he was a good guy. He was trying his best. Just you know, you aren't interacting with the rank and file a lot of times. So you're talking to a bunch of investors and a bunch of other C suites and all that kind of stuff, and it can give you a very slated view on the world that can absolutely mess with your understanding what's going on around you, kind of thing. Um, but yeah, he was one of these leaders that like every year and a half they would have like a reorg within the organization, not layoff kind of thing, but like what was the focus of the company culture. And it wasn't something like, oh well, we're focusing on this and nuanced adjustments. It was like, okay, well, we're going to completely change our paradigm of how we approach project management, whatever promises of efficiency and all that. And when it first switched, it'd be like, okay, this is all really bad. So far as like we're having all sorts of pain points. It's like, yeah, well, once we get used to it, we'll be able to work more efficiently. Okay. And I kind of sat there one day, it's like, all right, well, we're doing this every year. There isn't the stage where we get used to it. We're just trading one system to the next system to the next system, and before we can get any experience with that system, we're kicking it to the curb and going for the next one. It's like, we're just taking the worst of everything. That even if the system would genuinely better in the long run, it doesn't matter if we never get there. Like, we're constantly pivoting. We're paying the tax of everyone having to relearn how to do their jobs without ever taking on the benefit. Oh yeah, no, I I did that one. Oh man, where was it I did that? There was I can't remember what it was dealing with. There was something where I was like juggling a bunch of priorities, and there was going to be an all hands meeting that attendance was required and yada yada yada. What did I say? Um it was something along the lines of, if this is just to pat ourselves on our backs, like, and this is like me emailing back to the person who was like, everyone's required to attend, is like, if this is just patting ourselves on the back and about how good of a job the CEO has done, I have other things that are more important to do. And oh, there goes the power. Like, I have more important things to do. Like, there is an actual immediate priority that needs to be dealt with, that genuinely the company is losing money as long as it's not sorted. So, like, let me know. And it's like, you don't need to be there. It's like, that's what I thought. And the water's turned off at the same time. So we're officially on water off. So water and power got turned off this morning. So it sounds like the thunderstorm is ending this morning. All right. Yeah, no, I've worked at multiple companies where the CEO liked to pat themselves on the back in front of the entire company. And early on in my career, like, it was just whatever. I would, I'd just try and do what I could while it's going on, or, take some enjoyment getting some break from work. Later on, I was like, hey man, there's stuff I actually want to get done that, us all standing around while you say you've done such a good job to yourself, like, I don't need to be here for this. By all means, you should recognize the work you do, but we don't need to drag hundreds to thousands of people all from doing their own thing so that they can watch you pat yourself on the back. Alright. So there was a shed out back behind there that probably will have tools for us. I'll wait until we have an axe to go in there, just because going in there and banging on it with a wrench or whatever will take a lot of endurance. Whereas if you use something like an axe, you get a bonus on breaking through doors. Okay. And little by little, we keep clearing the area more and more. So you probably noticed when we first got on here is having to clear out like whole groups of zombies just to make any progress in this area at all. And now we've got like a couple stragglers here and there, and once we get to like the south end or so. Alright, well, I'm sorry to my previous friend, but that's a green friendship bracelet instead of like a gray-black one. I'm sorry, but that's just a cooler color, so... Not to say it's a competition, but like, just the same as people got eviscerated from my top 8 spaces, there's only one wrist available for the friendship bracelet, so only one person gets to be the best friend at any given time. It's just the way it is. And everyone knows the friend who brings in the chalky chip cookies is the better friend than the one who brings in the oatmeal raisin. Our character has a very transactional relationship. Not as bad as in Necess, though. Where we started romancing the person, and she's like, you need to bring me 18 flowers. Okay, you need to bring me 15 gemstones. It was a quite literally transactional relationship in that game. My understanding is the personalities of the people you romance and assess will actually change what they want you to do to, like, show that you care. That one, because they were, like, a merchant or whatever, it was very transactional. Versus you could also have, like, the adventurer who would want you to, like, explore and defeat certain enemies or stuff like that. I'm learning the tire iron's actually not a particularly good weapon. Seems to be causing pretty severe muscle strain pretty quickly. They're not really killing much. Granted, part of that's because of the muscle strain plus the exertion, which is massively killing my damage. But even with that, Well, he did pull a group. It wasn't that big a group. We're gonna go high exertion soon, and I don't like that at all. Hey, Kundersmack. Thank you so much for the raid and all that stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm sorry you raided directly into an ad break. That is unfortunate timing. It do be how it goes. So, unfortunately, some people are gonna get hit with what's gonna look like the longest, pre-roll possible, but it is what it is. Playing some Product Zomboid, I hope it all went well. And how did your run going? And also, like, if you got a raid and run, like, that's no problem, but obviously you're welcome. But I do hope your Product Zomboid went, well. Like, what do you got going on in there and all that good stuff? Surviving and thriving. Surviving and thriving or creating content. Because both are arguably positives. Yeah, this tire iron has been quite the disappointment, as they've gone high exertion from not a particularly large group. It just built up a lot of muscle strain. To be fair, things that contribute to muscle strain is your weapon skill, the weight of the weapon. It does factor in if it's a one- or a two-handed weapon, so you can get away with a heavier weapon with two hands versus one. I have way overcommitted with this. Make your way to West Point. Explore the new towns? Yeah. That's, what we've been doing is we've been, like, visiting some of the parts of the map that got the most work done to them. You can keep that crap. Alright, that is going to take some significant recovery time, unfortunately. Because we went high exertion, and I'm willing to bet we are super far into that. That tire iron did not do us any favors. So let's go upstairs. It's going to be a long rest, unfortunately. That's where it kept being like we overcommitted. And our power did just go out. So we're dealing with that. Okay. But yeah, no, always a good time and all that to pop in and all that stuff. Let me do this real fast. Cool. But definitely a good game. Yeah. Hello, darkness, my old friend. But yeah, so we've been enjoying the new content, all that stuff. I've been all over the map in previous runs before the build 42.2. So I've been kind of going through and taking a tour in this. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in this game, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever, streamed 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on super sweaty tryhard settings. But you probably noticed there's that past tense on that. That record did get beaten. And that wasn't even my personal best, but that, like, my personal best was just around 200,000. But, I am a variety content creator who plays a whole range of games. And it just so happens that we are playing some more Product Zomboid because the new update's been pretty cool. So, yeah, you didn't play too much of Unstable. You still have a lot of learning to catch up on the crafting department. Yeah, no, Build 42 did change a lot. And I do have some gaps in my knowledge of the game that are basically related to Build 42. But that said, Product Zomboid's always in flux. There's always going to be some amount of learning that's going to happen. But my normal gameplay is usually playing on 16 times population, so as high as the game goes, sweaty tryhard, just slog through the zombies little by little. But this particular case, because we are wanting to explore the world, and, you know, those kind of settings, by their nature, really don't make that possible. We are playing on Insane Pop, so it's a considerably lower population than I normally play. And we're just using it so that we can explore the world a bit. The plan is to get ourselves set up with a proper base here in Rosewood, probably the gas station, maybe. And then once we do that, I'm going to use the annotated maps to kind of choose the direction of the game, even though they're not worth considering that much. But, you know, when we find an annotated map somewhere in Rosewood, we will go from where we're at to working our way to that annotated map. That kind of thing. Let's whiff a bunch of swings, it's fine. But I am finding the newly changed Rosewood, this north end of town, is just food city. I haven't had to, like, forage or farm or hunt or fish or trap or anything. It's just surviving, you know, on the grocery store. Like, it's literally, you've got this stop, it's got a bunch of food. You go one building over, it's a grocery store, it's got a bunch of food. You go one building over, it's a spiffo, it's got a bunch of food. You go one building over, it's just food. Just so much food up here. Not a whole lot of other stuff, but the food is set. Oh, we can eat more. Oh, let's drop off the soda. I don't really need that. Grab some more candy, some chocolate, a meat stick, some gummies, some hi-hos. Alright. It's basically just sodas left there. And how's our weight? So our weight is officially in the range of good. So we've got our mayonnaise here. Once we start getting into that good range and all that. Alright, Gunder, you have a good one. And thank you again so much for that raid and all that stuff. Take care and whatnot. But always happy to have new people pop in, say hi, all that good stuff. Alright, there's the wrench broken, so you can have my wrench. So give me the ratchet. That's not the arm I wanted on. I wanted the right side. But yeah, so you can see we've been just clearing everything out. We are on no respawns and all that. So as I clear the area out, we'll just go farther and farther. I could probably go here. And drop off. We'll keep the Gigamart key. I haven't fully explored the Gigamart yet. We've gotten a lot of it explored, but I haven't gotten to the second floor or anything like that. We've been busy just clearing up all the junk outside. But we do have a working bull driver. We do have a bunch of gas set aside. It's like 6 or so containers plus the full gas tank on the car. We do not have our generator or the magazine. So you won't see me using the car much until that's resolved. Once I get the generator over to the gas station, like find one and get it over there, then I'll probably be a lot more comfortable using the car. But until that point, you know, you don't know when you're going to get your generator magazine sorted out. It's also not really a priority. Another thing we should probably do Just get ourselves a grill or whatnot. Okay. I've also not checked out the hardware store here. This used to not be a thing. Like, I looked through the window. Oh yeah, that's way more terrifying without the lights working. Nails, hacksaw, screwdriver, trowel, wrench, tongs. Grab a wrench as an extra weapon, shovel. Fishing net. Bottle will grab the seeds. A lot of good weapons in here, more than I could reasonably carry. Bunch of hammers and all that, that's going to be good. What's your strength at? I believe we're at like 2.5, I think. Almost 3. We did start at 0. Okay, we got some good books. Okay, the maintenance book I want. I think we're actually in the range for maintenance book 3. Electrical book 1 we really want. Oh, there was 2 copies. I don't want 2 copies. I want just 1. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Was that I think it is? Oh, no. I thought I saw the generator magazine and got really excited. Handles, coveralls, respirators. Alright, there we go. We got ourselves a crowbar. Drop the scissors off. Grab second crowbar. More seeds. More seeds. More seeds. More seeds. Okay, so let's break out the ratchet again. We've got something for this exact purpose. So as I can find it. Secondary. Because even though the farming is a meme, still gonna chuck this all in there. And the reason I put it in the secondary hand like that is if I get myself in trouble in a fight, I can just right-click drop that backpack to no longer be overburdened. Okay. So the plan is to base up in this gas station. That place is great. Now, we don't want to go and just, like, go ham looting it and just overburden ourselves again and again. That's just going to get to be a mess. What we can do is grab a bunch of these books and all that and bring it back up here. Alright. We also have the satchel as a backpack here as well. Oh, we got a zombie hanging out behind my place. Because the plan is to make this into our home base. At least for the time being. Just because it's got the gas pumps right there, so I can hook up a generator, turn on the lights, and have access to the gas. But to do that, I'm going to need to be able to, like, get a bed in here and move it and put it down. Eventually get some crafting stations in here. I've not really been putting any meaningful effort into that goal. Too many zombies in the area still, and that's always one of those things that I might just want to move areas anyways. Because usually I like to try and be near both water and a gas pump. That way I'm nearby a place I can fish and a place that we can take advantage of a bunch of your stuff. Grab all the seed packs. Drop those off. Drop off the book here. And honestly, in this case, I am going to choose to drop the duffel bag there. Ditch some of these extra tools. Because with 2 crowbars, I'm not going to need to switch weapons anytime soon. So drop the claw hammer off. Let's grab all of this, move it over to the other shelf. So the other shelf contains all our drinks. The other shelf is full. So then for right now, I'll go to this shelf on the end. And drop off a bunch of this junk food I had just collected. Okay. Cool, so that brought down our carry weight a lot. And I've got a spare crowbar, we've got 1 book to read, and we've got some magnets. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because of that, I've got at least a decent one-handed weapon. We can go in, we can use a flashlight. I'm suddenly trying to remember, do I actually have a flashlight as I say I'm going to use? Yeah, we do. Its battery's basically dead. Okay, do I have a spare battery anywhere in here? Alright, so I should have more batteries in here somewhere. Let's try and grab those real fast. I just need 1 or 2. They should most likely be on this shelf. Did I seriously not keep any batteries? Alright, that's not my favorite. So we have a flashlight, but it's got no batteries. More than likely be able to find some batteries between the grocery store and the hardware store. Usually I always keep a battery or 2 inside the fanny pack, and just for whatever reason I didn't. We've left a lot of radios I could have picked up and taken apart for the batteries. Okay, they're also quite often in the glove compartments of cars and whatnot. That'll be good enough. Okay, and we swap We're swapping the bad battery for the good one. Cool. And so with that, now I've got a flashlight for going into the hardware store so we can look around. Because there's a very good chance I could find some good stuff. Like, there's definitely lots and lots of weapons in there. Way more than I could reasonably move around with. But there's definitely the opportunity to potentially score the generator magazine in there, or other magazines and books that are good. We could get lucky, get something like a sledgehammer, pickaxe, some of those harder to get ones. More crowbars would certainly be, you know, set us up for weapons for a very long time. Wood mallets and wrenches and all that. Sheet metal, sheet metal, sheet metal, steel rod. Heavy chain, handle, shovel. I already have a tarp set aside, claw hammers. Okay. Lots of hammers and all that. Welding stuff. I will want a watering can. We'll grab more of the seeds, even if I'm not sure if we're ever going to bother. More seeds. Steel, steel rod, steel, steel sheets. Yeah, we're only playing in-game music. Like the normal music. We get floodlights and all that. Tons of nails. E-rings, lots and lots of tools, welding stuff, files. Small pouches with more seeds. We'll make sure you grab at least one trowel. Like the big heavy duty light. And a bunch of planks and steel. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we got all that. You saw a box of batteries? Yeah, no, I didn't need to worry about the batteries too much. Right now, we grabbed a bunch of the seeds and all that. We grabbed some stuff. We didn't get lucky and get, like, a generator magazine or anything quite that exciting. I did also see that up on the roof there was a folding chair. Which does bring on the amusement of, like... Oh, where's this? This is the north end of Rosewood now that's been all reworked. The hardware store is attached to the Gigamart. Okay. And we still not checked the upstairs in there. What mods? No mods. Completely mod-free. Not even quality life or anything. Straight up vanilla. The downside is we got the bucket and the watering can after the water went out. But that's okay. So what I can do is I can leave those outside for right now. And then we can use those to, you know, be a thing that we can get all sorts of stuff. But eventually we'll want to get, like, a grill or an oven or whatever. Get that all set up over here. Right now, we'll just go right here. There's a bucket to collect some rainwater later. Actually, let's put the watering can out here, too. Drop those on the ground for a minute. Okay. And I probably shouldn't care about this, but we're going to do this real fast. We just read all these packs. They'll tell us when crops can and can't be planted. I fully expect almost none of these to be remotely in season. Let alone are we in a position we could reasonably protect the crops for like 90 days or whatever it is to grow them. Alright, so we check all those crops. So we're at the end of July, about to go into August. So is there anything that August is the best month to plant? Da-da-da-da. Nope, nope, nope. March, April, April, September, September. March, September, March, June, May, September. Nope. So those all can continue to sit on their shelf and be utterly forgotten. Okay. Oh, it's already 10. Okay, that's awkward, but that's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, so, we can go ahead and work our way back up to this house here. I'd like to start setting up here to actually be where we live. The big problem I have it is like, you know, a bunch of the doors and windows are all missing, and I don't have something I can move in to actually sleep well. Eventually we can pick up a bed, move the bed in and all that stuff. Or get a tent. Most runs historically, I just use the tent for sleeping because I can pick it up and set it down anywhere I need. And with having the tarp, literally all I have to do is get, I think, 2 saplings for long sticks, and going and getting a couple of branches to make stakes. What's your opinion on the map reset? Oh, they did? Oh, it's definitely way better than it was. Like, not that there was anything wrong with it before, but places like Riverside and all that kinda... We're not exactly in the best of shape. Just, you know, devs had managed to learn a lot from when they had put that all together. So let's see if we can't knock these out before it's too dark. But yeah, so they've massively improved a lot of it. Come on, finish it before it's too dark. Alright, pretty soon it's going to cancel out a reading. It's going to be like, yep, too dark to read. That's A-okay. We got both the magazines done, so I can chuck those in a body in the morning to get rid of them. Alright, we can go ahead and eat the potato chips. And yep. But yeah, like, the buildings all look much better. They've made things look a lot more clean and interesting, more variants. The loot seems to have gotten a nice little rework that makes it a lot nicer as well. Not just, like, better necessarily, but, like, when you go into certain places where you would expect, you know, certain types of loot, you, generally speaking, tend to find those certain types of loot. Let's grab those 2 books. There's 17 waiting there. Okay, let's grab the hacksaw, the whetstone, pieces of flint, the head there, grab you, grab the tarp, claw hammer, all the seeds. There's a spare battery. We leave the rest in there for now. So we're a bit overburned. See, while you mourn the house behind Rosewood Fire Station, where you had your first run, died day 10, right? Drank bleach after a horrible realization that, oh, I'm infected, hit me. You feel the variety of the place nice to go. Yeah, there's individual places that got changes that people are more, like, either positive or negative. Like, I know the 3 big houses off to the west of West Point got changed to be kind of like one big, almost like plantation style museum, or plantation style mansion or whatever. And I know there's a lot of people who are like, some people really like the much bigger mansion there. There's a bunch of people also, you know, don't like it as much. So there's definitely some places that people are sad to see go or change. But overall, I've mostly heard positive things. That a lot of people are just generally kind of happy with the refresh, making the buildings nicer and all that. Even if there's individual buildings that some people, like, you know, from the nostalgia are sad to see have changed. Okay, we're just going through. I wanted to, get a bunch of that stuff from the house we've been staying at and moving them over here. Because you can't use board to plank up the windows. Yeah, I can plank board up the windows. There's no reason for me to do it right now. We will want to do it at some point, but right now it's not. It's just not a priority. Oh no, I forgot about all the ice cream here. I forgot they also changed it so ice cream went from frozen to melted. And it used to never rot. We're gonna go ahead and shovel all 3 containers of ice cream into our mouth, all back to back to back. There's the magazines we read. And thank you, Dragon Rose, for the 155 stream streak. Catch us 155 streams without missing a single one. Yeah, and we're noticing that the bodies are disappearing more and more from around here. Ice cream probably gives a mood buff as well. Sadly, when it melts, it's got a penalty. It used to be one of the more contentious things in Project Zomboid. Was people were like, "Look, man, I'm eating a pile of bugs and like uncooked carrots and all that kind of stuff. If I find a container of strawberry ice cream that's melted, that crap is still amazing." All right. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, it'd be a little sad, like, because you know what it once was. And bear with me, I'm gonna do this real fast, even though I don't need to. Which is a shout out for Madame Diablo, who has also been playing Project Zomboid and all that stuff. Is very new to the game, learning the ropes and all that good stuff. And always a fun time to hang out and, you know, check out new players learning the game, see them kind of go through the same things that we all went through when we were new. Because Project Zomboid be like that. It does have a lot of things you'll learn along the way. Alright. No problem. But yeah, so man, I actually don't know outside of Project Zomboid what you, wait, how do you get the minimap? It is a setting when you start the game. So if you choose custom sandbox, there's just a setting that says allow minimap. Big variety, usually RPGs. Nice. I also do a lot of variety. I don't get too many RPGs. I do enjoy a good RPG. I end up being a lot more into like simulations, settlement builders, city builders, tycoon, that kind of nonsense, but I do enjoy a good RPG, and I definitely play a number of games that kind of ride that fence between RPG as well. Because, like, for example, this definitely rides the RPG fence pretty heavily. It's got all the RPG stats and whatnot. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's some of the games like Stardew Valley, you're like, is it an RPG? It has leveling, it's got stats, you are role-playing a farmer, but like, is it an RPG? I mean, on a technical side, yes, but if someone's like, I'm gonna play an RPG, and they break out Stardew, nothing wrong with Stardew. It's probably not what you're gonna expect, but it definitely is an RPG in that thing. Yeah, well, it's like simulation. It's like, is this a simulation game? It's like, well, it's simulating something. Alright. That's we usually meme about like the simulation games where it's like, Plate Up. It's a simulation game. This is a simulation game. Roller Coaster Tycoon is a simulation game. Farming Simulator is a simulation game. FTL is arguably a simulation game. The high end terms of genre tend to catch almost everything in them. Now, the one downside we do have is where we were going, and I mean, we could probably still do this. For when we rest, we probably want to make sure we're resting in a spot that goes there. Yeah, no, that's we occasionally would have people pop in. It's not actually, it's been a while since it's happened. We would have people who you would be discussing like whatever game, like a tycoon game, and you'd be like, yeah, it's a simulation game, and they're like, no, it's not. It's like, yes, it is. Let's not go there, man. It's not like capital S simulation, but it's definitely a simulation game. It is simulating a theme park management. Okay, so we don't have to rest super long. Oh, right, we did just eat 3 tubs of ice cream. It's like, wait, we're gaining weight. It's like, right. We wolfed down 3 full tubs of ice cream. That'll help put on a couple of pounds. Put away our maintenance book. I miss when we had electricity. As one does. Hey man, you might joke about it, but have you ever seen how things work before a hurricane? It is literally a meme that a hurricane will start rolling in and people do their emergency, prep for the hurricane shopping, and they'll go in and buy like 3 or 4 tubs of ice cream. That way when the power goes out, they're like, oh man, we're gonna have to eat it. It's gonna melt. And they do. And like legit, it's a thing. I worked at the grocery store when I was younger, and we would have hurricanes roll through, and like some people just have wild choices of what they pick up before a hurricane. Like the people who bought up like a couple gallons of milk, you kind of go, you know you're gonna lose power, right? And that's milk. That does not hold up well here in the U.S. The pasteurized milk without refrigeration. It's a very, very short shelf life. So I don't know what your plans are with that milk, but in a day or two, it's gonna be all gone. Oh shucks, all of this timely purchased ice cream could have wasted if we don't get to it. Yeah, but then you have the people who buy like the ice cream and all that, and you know what's up. Pretty much everyone involved knows what's up. It's a perfectly reasonable excuse to wolf down some ice cream. When you lived in Nova Scotia, Canada, it was the same. Ice cream and storm chips. For the people actually preparing, it was buying ridiculous amounts of water and toilet paper. Which are reasonable things to do. Granted, you really don't need that much toilet paper. Like, the power's gonna go out for a couple days. Like, worst case scenario, like, a week or 2, if things are, like, really, really bad. But usually all the stores have, like, their paper towels and toilet paper and all that's back in stock within a week. You just need enough to carry you over. This is odd. In your character, you found garbage cans floating in air, and your character can walk under. Oh, that sounds like a mistake. We've had a number of times in the past where it's like you'd go up to the bathroom, but the toilet was like outside of the bathroom, so it like kind of looked right from when you were standing in the bathroom, but then you walked over there, and it was actually on the other side of the wall. I haven't seen that in a while. All right, madam, you have a good shower and dog walko. You always power poop? Well, I mean, the idea is you're still going to use the restroom, which, low-key, if you're not on, like, city water, your toilet doesn't flush when the power goes out. Because if you're on well water, your water pump doesn't work. Because, spoiler, it needs electricity. So you gotta make conscious decisions on how you're gonna be addressing those kind of things. Yep, your family always stored water for flushing. Yeah, no, that was, the one time we had it really bad, we had a bunch of water stored, and as well as things that we would clean up what we need to clean up with the water, and then the water we had used to clean up would then become the water that you'd put in, like, the back of the toilet to flush it. There was only one time we had, like, a really bad power outage, and that was the year that the town we're in got hit by 3 hurricanes, like, back to back to back. It was, like, 2007 or whatever it was. We had occasionally where, like, we lost power for, like, the day. But that was the only one. It was like, no, this is an extended power outage. Is there a small pressure tank as well systems? Good for several flushes? Yeah, there's things you can get. That definitely help. But yeah, now when you're on well water, you don't think about the fact of, like, your toilet doesn't work, your shower doesn't work, you know, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of people who get caught off guard by that. Because the switch out the switch on your water pressure tank failed the most dramatic and unlikely way when it wore out. The repair guy was like, I've never seen one do that before. I can understand in theory how it happens, but the odds, yeah. As you're on the North Carolina coast, you check the NOAA map during hurricane season, today a red X appeared off Africa. Yep. Being in Central Florida, a lot of us will, you know, hurricane season starts, and we start, you know, bringing up the National Hurricane Center. You know, not every day or anything, but every once in a while, it's like, all right, is there anything out there? That is actually one of the nice things about the current weather pattern right now is we're expecting an abnormally quiet hurricane season, which is weird because pretty much every single year you go, it's like, oh man, it's gonna be the hurricane season of all hurricane season. Hold on to your butts. And then, you know, sometimes it actually is bad, sometimes it's pretty standard. But this one, they're predicting it's going to be a very quiet season, which means we're all doomed and there's going to be like a Category 6 hurricane, which isn't an actual thing. So if anyone tells you there's a Category 6 hurricane, they're literally lying because it's not an actual designation. It's just like when you have people where you're like, I'm buying Category 7 network cable. It's like, that's cool. That's not a thing. It's not a recognized standard, so, you know, you're actually being scammed, but, you know, you enjoy that Category 7 cable that you plug into your router that can handle Cat 5 cable. We need to back off. We're aggroing more and more. Yeah, no, that's the thing. With a hurricane where you have like a short water power outage, that's not a big deal. Quite often if you have like a proper power outage, you're looking at like the better part of a day or more. Yeah, it can be rough. The Sahara Desert is setting a whole continental U.S. side stand blooms over this year, killing lots of storms. Yep. Hurricanes depend on that nice, warm, moist air. It's got its own negatives, like, it does mean more wildfires and stuff like that. But one of the nice things is it does mean tropical cyclones like hurricanes, tropical depressions, tropical storms. It's much harder for them to form, and when they do, they'll be, broadly speaking, lower strength. Yeah, Irma knocked out almost 90% of power. Yeah, no, the real bad one. The real bad one was when it was the year we had, what was it, Hurricane Charlie, was it Charlie, Francis, and Ivan came through? Like, it basically gutted the power system, like the entire power grid of Florida. Like, it was such a big thing, it like became a whole political thing that happened here. Because pretty much everyone was without power for weeks and all that, outside of, like, if you happen to be on a main trunk going to a hospital or something. But there were people that didn't have power for, like, months because the whole grid basically had to be ripped up and replaced. You did the disaster relief for the power in Florida? Yep. My younger brother is involved in disaster relief. Not for Florida. He's over by Oregon. You're in Oregon right now, and the air quality here has been really bad because of the smoke and all the fires. Yep. Yep, there's no winning. If you have a very rainy... You got a very, very rainy season, then we get more hurricanes and tropical storms and all that kind of stuff. If you have a very dry season, then you got droughts and fires. You can never be without any of those things. You can just be more one way or the other. They've got the name. It was a hard year for you? Yeah, no, it was a rough year. For Charlie, we were at where it made landfall. We actually were in the eye of the storm that year at my parents' house. You lived in Pensacola for almost 3 months after Ivan restoring power? Gotcha. Because you're on the western side of Oregon. Luckily, it's cleared out by you. But it's still so bad on the eastern side, yeah. You're lucky you have, like, 0 extreme weather. How's the zombies? Most of them are just sleeping. It's okay. They'll be alright. Hey, cuz Jackie, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, every place has their thing. We've had that conversations, like, places like here, we got hurricanes. You got places where there's earthquakes, you got places where it's tornadoes. Every place has fires. Just, you know, some they're way worse than others. And then when you do find a place where it's like genuinely there's no real disasters that meaningfully hit there, usually the cost of living is the problem because everyone wants to live in that place. There's a reason places like San Diego are stupid expensive to live. Because the weather's mild, the things are generally nice year-round, there's not any meaningfully significant high rates of disasters in the area, so a lot of people want to live there, which means the costs of everything go way up. You're doing alright. New scooter is fun, but now your Pebble Ice maker wants to scream at you, so you're hoping there's mineral buildup somewhere in the tubes. Oh yeah, that you can just kind of like flush it out, get it back up and running, and it's not a whole big thing. You'd rather live through a tornado season in Kansas than a hurricane season? So, I don't disagree, Klaus, because one of the things, like, normally the comparison is like, oh, well, a hurricane, you can prep for it, and you can get out of Dodge, and that's a very fair stance. Versus, you know, a tornado just shows up and says, sup, and then whatever it's going to destroy is gone, and then it gets out of its way. So you definitely don't deal with, like, the anxiety, the build-up, the waiting, the looking at the mapping, like, oh man, that's a real nasty storm, is it gonna hit us, are we gonna lose the house, like, all that stuff. You don't have all that. And an added thing, for those who don't know, hurricanes cause tornadoes. If you're on the northeast quadrant of a hurricane, congratulations, you get a hurricane, tornadoes, and floods all bundled in one giant disaster. So You're welcome, I guess. Why settle for one disaster when you can have 3 all bundled up in one? But yeah, no, there's definitely a pro and a con of being there. Like, a hurricane showing up, you can board up your windows, but if it's gonna destroy your house, that's just what it's gonna be. There's not anything you can meaningfully do. At the same time, for personal safety, when you know you got a Cat 5 rolling up on you and be like, you know what? Who wants to go on vacation? Who wants to go visit grandma? Hey, it's Alex. Thank you so much for the raid. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Gonna try and spare that ad for as long as possible. But yeah, for those who don't know, Alex, an absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. If one of my mods are here, if we can get a shout out for it, there you go. Also been playing some Product Zomboid 16 times population last I checked. I hope that's all still going well. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know Alex, again, absolutely fantastic content creator. Does a lot of similar games to what we do here. Has, you know, obviously is playing Product Zomboid right now. Has done RimWorld. Has done all sorts of games. It's going super duper well. Super duper well is great. It is not. Extremely well. No problems at all. How's the nose feeling? A little long? He's missing some flesh, but it's fine. Did we get the nibble? Because yeah, that's how Product Zomboid works. Now, with that, are we alive? And just, you know, mayhaps a little hurt? Or, you know, are we getting a little rumbly in our tumblies for hands? All right, let's go ahead and read our main to 3 book. Technically alive, but there's a 2-shaped holes all over your neck for some reason. Ah. So we are finding the zombie's disposition most compelling right now. That's a bummer. Like how, you know, obviously if you got a raid and run, like don't let me hold you and all that. Like how far did you get with it before you got the nibble? Because this is actually a fairly new character ourselves. We died 2 streams ago. I made the discovery that, and this is known information by ours, I made the discovery that the windows on tents and barns, the ones without the frames, zombies can grab you through that, unlike all other windows in the game. Ask me how I know. So we got I actually don't remember where we got bit, but we got bit. I think got bit on like the arm or whatever after I jumped through the window, or the window on a tent. And the zombie's like, don't care, biting anyways. So I was a little upset to learn that one. Mostly I'm annoyed that it's not consistent. Like, I'm actually totally fine if the zombies are allowed to grab you through the windows and bite you. That's fine, as long as that's what it does all the time. For it to not be a thing allowed 90% of the time with that one niche, it's like, okay, hold up. One way or the other. You gotta be consistent. Yeah, bicep, yeah, I think you're right. Let's see, you raged a bit. You got bit fighting a couple of zombies, unknowingly got grabbed, and in the split second your character froze in place to automatically push back. You turned, which made the push miss, and they had to back for the auto bite. Yeah, so your character went to do a parry. And, like, I actually didn't realize you could turn during a parry. Because it used to be when you did a parry, your character would lock in place, and then it was a matter if you could get away before you got overwhelmed or not. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about with a parry, there is a mechanic in Product Zomboid where if you are holding a weapon and facing a zombie, that there is a % chance that when the zombie goes to attack you, rather than taking the injury, you will shove the zombie off instead. And then the higher your weapon skill, the higher the chance. It is not a reliable thing. Yeah, I'm not going to demo it, because it is very unreliable. Yep, the percent chance of successfully doing a parry goes up with your weapon skill. I don't remember at all what the percents are. I remember it's actually not a terrible percent. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and I'm getting a little hungry, so we're just gonna go ahead and gobble down half a tube of mayonnaise. It does not animation lock you? Yeah, that's the thing that's a surprise to me. Because, like, while animation locks will get you killed, you know, the spear execution animation and that kind of stuff, it can be dangerous. It does feel like for something like that, it probably should animation lock you. Just for the case there where not animation locking you, you start to turn and now you go from potentially saving your own life, when you should have gotten grabbed, like you managed to escape, get away with it, but instead you turn around because say like you didn't get the parry and you get grabbed from the front, you have a much lower chance of getting a bite or a laceration versus turning to the side or back. While doing that, you have a much higher chance of getting bitten or lacerated. So the RNG gets fudged in the worst kind of way. I wouldn't necessarily agree that that's most deaths. I would actually say that the most of the deaths in Project Zomboid are a moment of inattention kind of things. Like you walking through a room, like walking into a room without carefully checking to see if the corners are clear and getting grabbed from the side, or opening a door and then like the zombie's right there, or, you know, sitting down, like looking away for a second and the zombie's right there on top of you. That a lot of time it's just that one split second you're not paying attention that the zombie rolls up on you. Oh yeah, or the bathroom or closet zombies where you open the door and just get swarmed. I would definitely say it's a lot more that. I would say for when you are in a straight up fight with zombies, that, you know, it's you and zombies, then yeah, usually it's like weird maneuvering, fat finger. It's one of the reasons why I don't like to use, you know, fences and windows as a way to give myself bonus damage. Yeah, you can do it, you can make it reasonable, but it can get kind of weird. Yeah, it kind of screwed you, because if you hadn't turned you would have probably been fine. But also, if it was more obvious that I was being grabbed, you wouldn't have turned, so it is what it is. Yeah. Now, that's the first one I've heard of that one. But there's a lot of weird stuff going on. Like, there's a current bug in the game that when you are turning back and forth while in combat stance, your character locks in place and rotates like a tank, as opposed to before they would turn while kind of strafing sideways. That is not intended. That is confirmed bug. But it does make feels bad movement. Let's see. Have you had any issues with ragdolled zombies crashing your game? Not really. But keep in mind, I don't weaponize my car, so I don't get ragdolls from that. And what I'm talking about here is if I'm walking here and, like, aiming this way, it used to be you could keep going and moving while switching back and forth. But you'll notice, while it's flipping, my character stops moving. And that could very easily get dangerous. You had a bug earlier twice where a zombie would spawn one of your base's bedrooms. You had spawning turned off. Interesting. Do you, by chance, have your peak population higher than your base population? Because it could be spawns as opposed to respawns. I've seen people get caught by that before. Well, I mean, if you're doing 16 times pop, then that shouldn't be a thing. Because you would have maxed out your population. But that's an interesting one. Because it's almost every single version of the game. You'll have people swear up and down that respawns got turned on even when they're off. And, you know, it's almost always wrong information. The follow, welcome to the stream. But yeah, usually what it is that your peak pop is higher than your base pop, which does mean zombies will spawn in to reach the peak pop numbers, even if respawns are turned off, because spawn and respawn are separate mechanics. But if you've already got it set to 16 times pop, that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, if you have peak spawn at the start of the game, yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is that 16 times pop start, that shouldn't be a thing. You don't know why, but there's always a zen-like enjoyment to looting big stores like a Gimart. Oh yeah, no, going full loot goblin can feel really good. It'll get you killed too. Because you'll be like, I'm just a little overloaded. I'm properly overloaded. I'm unreasonably overloaded. But it's okay, I've only got 2 more shelves. What do you mean my character's about to, like, throw up their lung because they're so exhausted? But yeah, spawned in your house. A zombie would spawn in one of your base's bedrooms. Right, and I assume, well, because they wouldn't close the door. Yeah, that's... Because I believe he was trying to think of, like, if there's alternatives. Because there's definitely times where, like, the zombies will, like, you know, hear you in your room as you're leaving kind of thing, and, like, hop through a window, go up the stairs, and walk in. But if you're running the higher cognition, they'll have to open the doors kind of thing, which is kind of the giveaway that the position's compromised, because, you know, you close the door, and then you see the door open, you're like, alright, I know what's up here. But yeah, no, if they're just spawning in the room, that's concerning. Windows are intact, closed doors are closed. Huh. Well, that's not good. Yeah, we're all loot grabbers. Oh yeah, it happens to everyone. So it's not even a personal attack, it's literally everybody does it. So what would be the loot goblin trait? I would propose, if there is a loot goblin trait, it should be that once you hit overburden, so like above, way down, it gives you happiness over a duration of time. So that it cures depression gradually. But only while you're carrying too much. And like, the severity on how much overburned will increase the rate of happiness. So the good news, I actually have a bull driver here. It's fully gassed up. I got all these gas cans. They're fully gassed up. Sadly, we don't have a generator, the generator magazine, or any of that, and the power's off. But we are in really good shape for this. So let's go ahead and drop you here. You do feel like a loot goblin, you should get a tiny carrying capacity bonus. Yeah, I would be down with that. If you took the loot goblin trait, you would have a small, like, a fairly small bonus to how much you could carry total, and a bonus to your happiness when you're carrying too much. And on the the other end of things, you should also take a penalty if you're not carrying enough. So you'd get sad. But it's not just like, you don't have to be overburdened, but like if you're at less than 60% carry weight, you should take a penalty. You like your, let's see, loot goblin trait will reduce the total weight of items in stacks by 5%, each after 25%. Oh, that's gonna be like a whole thing. It's just joking about, like, memeing about how naturally people in this game become absolute loot goblins and get themselves killed doing it. It is a rite of passage you repeat again and again and again and again until finally you die enough times they're like, okay, fine, I'm leaving it behind, I will come back tomorrow. It is just what happens. That's me, your loot goblin. Everyone is. I've made the comment a couple of times that when I first started playing the game, and I got to the point where it wasn't dying, you know, the first group of zombies you ran into, like you learned enough combat to get through there. I would spawn into Riverside. I would go east to, well, I mean, assuming I'm on the west side, I would basically go on that main street. There's the post office, there's the bookstore, and I would always go there and I'd, you know, grab myself like 2 or 3 bags and I would fill them to the brim, where I'd have like a duffel bag in the back and a duffel bag in both hands, walking down the street full of books, just the glowing red overburn to the max, and get murdered. And it'd either be a die the slow death where I'm too exhausted and I can't keep going, or I had one time that I made the discovery you can't push a zombie while holding bags in both hands. So I just kind of walked up, glared at the zombie angrily as it bit me in the face. But I would always want to, like, get those, because it used to be I would go to the bait shop. Is either the bait shop or the gas station in Riverside. I'd make one of those to my base, and I'd always go for the books to just, like, fully loot it all. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I can't do anything to stop you, but whoo boy am I going to glare at you as you hurt me. And there's another half tub of mayonnaise. Alright, you have a good walk with your dog. Here at some point, if your cursor's on the zombie, you have a higher knockdown chance. One thing to be very, very careful with Product Zomboid specifically is Product Zomboid is probably one of the worst games for incorrect information being spread around. I've never heard of that being a thing, and I would be hesitant to believe it, because it sounds like the exact sort of things that people just, they see a zombie fall over slightly more often one time, and then they're convinced. Because you'll still have people swear up and down to no end that you can survive a bite. Spoiler, if you're not using mods, or, you know, otherwise doing some weird settings or whatever, if you get a bite, you're just dead. Like, you can use all the disinfectant you want, unless you're running mods or something, it is, you died. On the code end, I don't know about nowadays, but on the code end, it was literally in the area that would go through, like, determining that you have symptoms and it's time to die. It would just have the boolean is bit. Or I think it was like is bitten or something like that. So it wasn't even a matter of, like, rolling odds or whatever. It was just genuinely, are you bitten? Okay, kill the character. You do wish there's a very slight chance to have that false hope every time. Well, that's what people thought there was. And to be clear, there was a very, very, very brief window, that with one trait, there was a bug that gave you a slight chance of surviving a bite. It was not intended. And so we're talking, this is only a bug that existed for like a week or two. One time way back, like well before I started playing. And you still have people swear up and down it's just a thing. Like, they will get into arguments over it, and it's just, it's not a thing. Of course, there was, for, like, the longest time, there were people who were arguing that, like, hitting a zombie at the maximum range would do extra damage, and for the longest time it wasn't a thing, and at some point it got added, and people started doing all sorts of tests. They're like, wait, hold up. This thing that we've been telling people isn't a thing forever. It's a thing now. Like, and there was no documentation that it had changed or anything. It's just one day it was started being a thing. And so a whole bunch of us where we were being like, no, it's not a thing, man. It's like, oh, wait. This is a thing now. Hold up. When did this change? Was the immunocompromised used to give you zombification from tree scratches? That's old zombie trees? Yeah, hand her to the zombie trees meme. We have a meme on the channel about, like, trees are the real enemies, but it's just because they're in league with the zombies, where you'll wander through and a zombie will just pop out of a tree. It's more just a cautionary tale, like, stay away from trees. If you don't have business with a tree where you need to, like, cut it down or whatever, stay away from trees. In a pinch, you can use them for line of sight, but so can the zombies. Well, crap. I missed that we were going high exertion. Alright, so bear with me. I need to quickly use the restroom while we're on this ad break. I was actually going to do that when that raid showed up, and I was like, okay, cool, like 2 minutes, the ad's going to happen, and I can pop in and use the restroom. And then the raid popped in, I'm like, well, never mind. And also, check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games that we play, like RimWorld and all that. Not so much Project Zomboid. Has mayhaps been tinkering with it. But, you know, that's up to Treacle if you know, she wants to stream it or whatever. But that said, I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I wasn't trying to out that you've been messing with some Project Zomboid trigger. I stepped away. I was like, oh, I maybe shouldn't have said that without like verifying that was cool first. So I do apologize. But I hope you've been having fun with what you've been messing with it. Oh, do we have a clip that was like me having an almost tree depth or something like that? I still think one of the funny ones for Project Zomboid, it was me and another person who had been like in the world record running kind of thing, and we were discussing which location on the map was the most dangerous. And this is going back to Build 41, so like Louisville wasn't a thing yet. We didn't have all those areas to the west. And I posited that not the secret military base, but the road to the secret military base was the most dangerous place in the map. And they posited that the prison was. And thank you, Shui, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and use it here. And I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. And I posited that the road to the secret military base is the most dangerous place in the map once you're past early game. If you go there fast enough, it can be okay. But once you get to like higher populations, that road gets gnarly. And they posited that the Rosewood Prison was the most dangerous one on the map. And so yeah, it was just kind of funny that the next two deaths we took, I died in the prison parking lot. Because it just had tons and tons of zombie corpses, and there was a zombie standing still on top of the corpses that I didn't see, and, you know, basically walked up, and, you know, in the background was playing, you know, Arms Wide Open, the zombie just gave me a big hug, and then bit me in the face. And then for them, they were working their way up the prison road, or not the prison, the secret military base road, and it was one of those things that they were having to clear the trees out to get their car through, which is what makes it so ridiculously dangerous. It's already pretty heavily forested and hard to navigate to begin with, but once you get past the early game where the trees start growing in, you end up having to cut down trees to keep that path clear. And he went to go and cut a tree with an axe, hit the tree once, and a zombie popped to the tree and just grabbed him and bit him. And so we both lost characters at what the other person said was the most dangerous place. Let's see. Hey, that trait of defeating a zombie infection, was that hypochondriac? Trait since disabled? I think that was a mod. Because I know there was a hypochondriac modded trait that what would happen is you had a chance when you got hit by a zombie that your character would basically pantomime infection symptoms, but they wouldn't ultimately die from them. But I'm pretty sure that was a mod, that there was like a more traits mod. This is the official wiki? Oh, interesting. That's before my time then. The prison is a Pandora's box. You have to scream until the zombies come out. All out shout out. Can you provide a link? It'll just get eaten, unfortunately. Let's see. All out shout out to March Ridge for getting even more horrible zombie boxes with the bunker. Yeah. We're gonna read as much of our maintenance book as we can. Yeah, and I believe you that it's there. It's another thing. Also, be careful about the Project Zomboid wiki. That wiki is also notorious for having bad information as well. I'm not saying what you're providing is a whole thing. Because the wiki is fan-made and fan-curated until, like, 2018 or so. Until, like, 2018? Because, I mean, like, the wiki would mention stuff like that you could survive a bite and all that. And just had a bunch of incorrect information. It used to be about the only thing reliable on the wiki was when you were reading about how much damage certain weapons did. That was one that there was a lot of effort in at one point in Build 41 to get that sorted. Yeah, the wiki had some wild stuff. Oh yeah, the wiki had some like wild inaccurate stuff. And which was one of the reasons why we kept going in and having people claim all sorts of wild things and be like, no, it's not the case. And some of them you could actually go through like right then and there and be like, hey, let me test this. I can show you. Out of interest, does anyone know if generators use less power if they're far enough away? If you're far enough away from them, so they don't use less power. It's the way the calculation runs. Is if you get far enough away, the calculation doesn't keep running. It waits till you get back, and then when it loads in, it updates. So there actually used to be a trick that when you were getting low on fuel for your generator, you could go away from it for a while. And because it wouldn't update until you got there, all of your stuff that should have been, you know, long since like thawed and all that because of the generator failing, it would still show it as frozen when you got back, and it would start thawing at that point. Did you face any performance issues in build 42.2? You tried yesterday 16 times pop, but it was so laggy you couldn't play. Before stable release, I did run into situations where it's trying to load into March Ridge, and it was just straight up crashing because of like performance issues. So I don't know if that's better or worse than it was before, because we used to not be able to spawn in March Ridge, but I was running into that. So it might be worse. Let's see, because your main base is in Mulder, you spent almost 5 days close to the military checkpoint, and it had a lot more fuel than your calculations would have estimated. Yeah, there's... It's not like... It's a thing where there's some calculations because of how it updates, so that's not updating the information while you're not present. It, like, goes back to catch it up. That you can have times where it's just under-report stuff, and then the things going on can be delayed and whatnot. Okay. And at this point, we've taken everything of value out of this place. Alright, nothing big going on. Cool, and let's drop the rest of this stuff. As he finally cleared out the checkpoint enough to drive through the checkpoint, back out and unload the loot. Yeah, so for those who missed, we did go up to what was once upon a time a like pseudo-military barracks that later on got repurposed into like an outdoors like hunting fishing location that has apparently been updated again to be like a farming barracks, which is basically useless in this game. So we've got all that going on. But that was the thing, is like hoping to snag a fishing pole. Like right now we're going to be able to weight manage because between the stuff in here and the other place, I can get plenty of calories to keep my weight up. But it is going to eventually be a problem. Soda. There's your onion powder. Put the lard on the shelf for now. Oh, I need a little normal food. Oh, that's right. I put all the candy over here. So grab that lard back and the onion powder. And a bunch of junk food. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I know we're putting back on the weight that we've been going on, sort of like overweight again. That's fine. Right now, I'm down to like keep going up. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream. So we're putting that weight back on, which is going to penalize my endurance. That's okay. Because with the power out, most realistically, we're just going to have our weight slowly kind of peter off as, you know, stuff like the mayonnaise and all that stuff starts to rot and ice cream becomes less available and all the easy calorie stuff start going away. Where we'll start getting dependent on finding things like peanut butter and cereal. Ultimately, we'll switch over to something like fishing. But for the time being, I got junk food I can eat. And Mom's not here to stop me. Sounds like a good plan to me. Yep. But yeah, ultimately we'll want to get a fishing pole, and then we just go fishing, at which point we'll have, like, a leveler to a fishing where we'll barely be able to keep our weight up, because we'll just catch some, like, crap little fish. But then we'll eventually get it to the point where we get some decent levels, and it'll be like one of those things that will have a whole bunch of junk fish that won't be enough to sustain us, and then we'll pull up, like, a big pike or something like that. Okay, so all in all, I've been clearing this area out. I don't really need the extra food from a bunch of these places right now. We can pop in there as I need to, like, resupply. So with this being most... Oh, one second, we gotta check. Never mind, we're saying the food isn't important. This is the pizza place. It might be too late. We might have missed our window of opportunity. But, we should see if there's any pizza left in this world. Have you ever made it to snow? I used to have the world record in this game for the highest kill count run stream. If it exists in this game, I've probably done it. We're too late. We're too late. The pizza didn't make it. Tis a sad day. I'll take another point in strength, thank you, game. Alright. Now, granted, I don't know how long the pizza's been no good. It was just in the fridge, not the freezer. But that means it'll be very unlikely we will ever see pizza in this run. It's one of those things that, like, if you're ever looking for just a really hard-to-achieve goal, it's to bake a cake or cook a pizza. They require getting your hands on a lot of things that can be pretty hard to make happen. Okay. What are the big recent updates to the game? So, Build 42 went stable about 2.5 weeks ago. The primary thing that Build 42 stable brought to the game that wasn't present from Build 40... I mean, Build 42 versus Build 42... Build 42 stable versus unstable, basically you got a massive rework on the map. So all of your older places like Riverside, Muldrow, and all those got a massive, massive update that has really improved them. If you're coming in from Build 41 to Build 42, that is how much time you got. because that might take all night. Because they've completely reworked crafting so that you have, like, not just a few, you've got carving, you've got, you know, glass going, you've got nappy, you got masonry, metalworking got a bunch of rework, you've got pottery, you've got tailoring, blacksmithy, you've got a whole bunch of thing. Fishing got reworked from just right click, fish happens, to you actually like throw out your line, you have to like reel it in, and there's like the whole like tension mini game kind of thing to bring it in and all that kind of stuff. Basements got added to the game. The map got expanded to where there's an entire western part of the map that didn't exist in Build 41. You get the idea. It was an S-ton of stuff got everything. Fluid dynamics got added. You can now mix stuff. The lighting got reworked, so places with no light. You've got animal husbandry, you've got hunting, you've got butchering. Like, Build 41 to Build 42 is a massive rework of the game. And the most important thing of all the updates is they made the Moodle so you can make them bigger. Because Build 41, you couldn't do that without mods. And they were microscopic. So that way I don't have to, you know, have strained eyeballs by the end of the night from looking at the tiny little things and being like, okay, is that the sick Moodle or is that the nauseous Moodle? Because one of those is a problem. Yeah, they completely reworked guns, the way that zombies spawn into your world and their distribution got completely reworked. So there's nowhere near as many, like, just going to some random farmhouse to have 0 zombies nearby. You are going to be dealing with some level of zombies. There's still some place you can get away, but where it used to be, you just stepped outside of town, and then you'd find a farmhouse, and there'd be, like, no zombies for, like, multiple blocks, other than, like, the 1 or 2 that spawned inside the building. Now that just doesn't happen at that level very often. Muscle strain got added to the game where if you're bad at weapons, your character will gradually build up muscle strain that'll cause him a lot of pain. So it's kind of another thing that keeps you from just throwing yourself at zombies and being able to hold your own. You gotta kind of back off and let your arms rest. Yeah, right. They made it so that buildings can be up to 32 floors tall. Now, to be clear, that's a sliding 32, so you could have the building be literally base floor 32 up. You could also have it be 5 up, 27 down. So it's a lot more beneficial to do crafting stuff now. There's a lot to go into that question. There is a lot more depth to crafting, is what I would say. Beneficial has a complicated answer. There's definitely pros and cons. Yeah, there's more interest and there's more depth. Is it better? That depends on how you would define better. Like, I wouldn't say it's bad, but I would definitely say, in a lot of ways, the crafting means you are going to be spending more time crafting. Beneficial is a qualifying term. Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's not beneficial, because you have the ability to, like, make butter and all that now, and there's a lot to be added there. There's definitely some really cool stuff, like we can now make a backpack out of a sheet and all that. So it's not like it's bad news, but at the same time, there are cases where it's an incredible amount of effort to get a weapon that may not be that much better. Yeah, and to be fair, you could just still ignore crafting as a mechanic almost entirely, even today. Product Zomboid, broadly speaking, tends to be pretty good about not forcing you to engage with mechanics you don't want to. So, like, if you just don't want to craft, you don't have to. For the most part. Some settings will still force you to do it. The only exceptions are for gaining weight. Like, whether it's Build 41 or 42, there was only a handful of levers you could pull to do that. So realistically, to keep your weight up, you were going to fish or trap in build 41 for the long term. Like short term, you might be able to find enough like oats and peanut butter and crap like that to keep your weight up. But build 42 has given you a couple more options, but it's still, you will have to do some of that. You kind of wish the can enforced weapon is a bit better, but it was can enforced weapon. Not sure what you mean by can enforced weapon. And thank you for the thing or the follow. Welcome to stream. Can reinforced? Yeah, no, and granted, I have not, this is to be clear, I have not done the crafting since build 42.2. The last time I really went deep on the crafting had probably been like build 42.16 maybe? And I found myself very frustrated that you would put all the time and effort into crafting your weapons, and even at high skills, the durability was pretty bad. The damage on them was great. See, the not forcing you part, so it made you cautiously optimistic about NPCs, as you can't imagine them hard forcing. Oh yeah, no, to be clear with the NPCs, I fully expect whenever they're implemented, you'll be allowed to turn them off. My comment on that one is usually if the game is balanced around you, having the NPCs there, it does mean you can potentially run into situations where you are doing stuff in the game that the solution was NPCs and balanced around NPCs. That ends up being a real feels bad man because you don't have that solution. Like, for example, I could see them making crafting even slower if you could offload it onto the NPCs. They're going to add NPCs to the game. They're not in yet. For the question over on the YouTube side. Basically, build 42 was the first step in the direction of NPCs. We got, like, pretty close to the dumbest level of NPCs, which is the animals. Which are basically run away from zombie, potentially get spooked, come to the player if they like you, like some very, very rudimentary, simple things. But it's the first step. You gotta make the dumb AI before you make the smart AI, so far as in-game stuff. But then the plan from there is, like, you'll get the next level up NPCs the next time where maybe it'll be like pets where they have a little bit more intelligence to them, that you might be able to command them to do a handful of things. They might be able to forage or something for you. Probably not super functional. But you get the idea. A step higher in capabilities than random cow or deer. Yeah, and that's generally kind of been my consensus with most of the crafting weapons. That at early levels, I'm down for them to break super easy. But at higher levels, it's like, okay, but the amount of effort that goes into making this weapon... I'm all for survival games having the weapons that do not have remotely realistic durabilities for the purposes of getting you, the player, to have to seek out the next thing you need to do. That's just how you balance these games. But with the amount of effort it goes into crafting a weapon, that's like, okay, I can loot a weapon, and it's really good. Now, obviously, in the real world, a industrial-made crowbar is going to be better than something where I take some random scraps of metal and I huck it into a fire, and I make a stick out of it. Sure. Of course. But also from the video game balance standpoint, I could just go up to a shelf, and I could pick up a crowbar. It takes me 5 seconds, minimal effort. Versus going through the whole process of building a forge, building a charcoal pit, making the charcoal, finding the scrap metal, melting down the scrap mill, getting your blacksmithy up enough that you can make the stick or whatever, and then, actually making said stick. One of those is a tremendous amount of effort compared to the other. So it's like, okay, the one that's a huge amount of effort should probably get a little bit of a nudgy nudge in strength, even if it is unrealistic that it would be remotely as strong as a crowbar. Let's see. You have to stash away your pristine crowbar just to make yourself use the awesome Cannon Force baseball bat. It looks hella nice to swing, yeah. Rakehead baseball bats and metal baseball bats with nuts and bolts have been so good to you. Granted, maintenance 10, high long blunt skill. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. At the really high levels of maintenance, all that, you can get a little bit more out of them. And there are some weapons, like the short bat has been a pretty popular one that's been relatively good with high carving. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And again, this my stance on this is from what's potentially out of date information from about 42.16. Because I haven't done the blacksmithing and all that in 42.2 yet. But my experience back then was you would take all the time to forge up a sword and take it, and it wasn't unusable, but I would spend all the time to forge up a sword and it would be broken before the day's over with like 8 maintenance or so. And it's like, okay, for the amount of effort, I want to get a bit more mileage out of it. It doesn't need to be like 5 times or anything like that, but 1.5 to 2 times that. Just give me a little extra, and it might already be fixed. I've had people tell me that stuff is better now, but I haven't experienced that myself yet. So I think we're gonna aim for there's houses just south of here. Because we would like to find a generator magazine, stuff like that. It's not a priority. Actually, more importantly than the generator, I'd like to find a fishing pole or a magazine on how to make a fishing pole. You get the idea. Do you know how bad the smell have effect on you over time? Yes. So where we're sitting here at awful odor, you'll eventually where it'll go queasy, then nauseous. And that's fine. Nauseous will penalize your strength by 1, but it's not that big a deal. After that, you get sick. That's when you start stressing out about it. Because after sick becomes feverish. And when you hit feverish, you start actively dying. A lot of times, if you reach feverish and you're not already exiting stage left and wolfing down food to boost your healing, you've already died. So the moment you see sick, it's not wait until you're done with what you're doing to get out. It is you drop what you are doing and you exit stage left as fast as you can. I dislike that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. For those who missed, I almost got because my character targeted the ground target when I actually wanted to swing for the other one. Which, I get why it does that. And I've gotten myself in trouble a lot. And it's not a thing I used to run into, so I don't know if something changed. But yeah. Definitely did change. Yeah, no, it feels like it did. But I've had some weird targeting. The one that really upsets me, and it was a problem in Build 41 as well, is you'll have a crawler approaching you and grabbing you. And there'll also be a zombie that you have knocked down at the same spot. So you'll go to hit the crawler, and the zombie that got knocked down will start standing up, and the game will prioritize the one that has begun to stand up. So then you stand there and you watch in horror as the crawler just grabs you. Let's see. Also, respirator with working filter will stop the smell from dealing with it. Yeah, but you can see it's like not that big a deal. Like we're chilling in here, fully exposed to near maximum corpse a lot of the time. Like right now it's fine because I'm off to the edge. A lot of times when I'm out here, we're at maximum for like a good chunk of the day. It'll get you sick. It's just being mindful of when you start building up a decent amount. There's also a setting you can play on Outbreak where you don't need to worry about much about weapon degrade. Yeah. And I missed the comment about whatever the weapons were. But yeah, there's a handful of standout weapons that work well that you can craft. Like I said, I don't know about like what the current strategies people have are now. I know the short bat was a really big favorite for a good while. Because it took a lot to level up to where you could get the short bat. But once you were there, it was a relatively easy to craft thing. And it, held up relatively well. I don't know if it's still good, but I remember that was a big one early on in Build 42. Let's see, a short bat doesn't need carving level 9 to make like a carving baseball bat. Yeah, something like 7 or whatever. You have been seeing your weapon swings not doing what you expect them to do. That explains a lot. Yeah, no, it's there's some weird targeting going on that like it'll prioritize things that you wouldn't expect. It's one of the reasons why I know some people are like, no, my immersion. But I do recommend genuinely leaving the zombie outline, like turning on the zombie outline for melee. I genuinely recommend turning that on because there's a lot of times that you'll expect it to hit one zombie and you'll see it outline another zombie and you're like, all right, hold up. And generally it's most of the time pretty good about it. But there's especially anything involving crawlers, it gets a little funky. That his prioritization is a bit unexpected. Like, once you're aware of it, as long as you're mindful, it can be okay. But there are a lot of times I've gone to move up to hit the zombie that is going to walk over where there's one on the ground, and then technically because the one on the ground is the closest, you go into a ground attack, which makes sense mechanically, but it absolutely will get you in trouble. And I remember if the fire extinguisher is solid or not, so I wanted to get away from it. Solid objects like that, where they only take part of a tile, will really get you in trouble. Because a lot of them, they will block you from walking on the entire tile. So you're thinking you're going to sneak around it, and then you'll get stuck on it. So usually things that are round are the worst. Like if you have like a round fountain in front of a building, I've gotten killed on those before. Because you gotta walk past and you just snag yourself on the corner that's not really there. How many zombies have we killed so far? And this character, which is only... We started it yesterday, we're about to hit 1,100. And we're on day 18. Honestly, not really keeping the pace I normally would, but it's not super far behind it. Yeah, I probably should turn on the manually ground targeting. I think for the thousands of hours I've played with it set to automatic, I think that muscle memory is hard-coded at this point. It'd be very difficult for me to get out of the habit of just assuming it's going to ground target. Let's back off, because I'm just going to keep aggroing. We're already exerted. Yeah, we're about to get into the neighborhoods down there, which would be really good. And once we're able to get in those neighborhoods, we should have lots of opportunities to get, like, books and that here and there. Oh, you know what? I didn't check to see if we can peek in these. I don't think we can. Oh, nice. So you can get a bunch of the newspapers all at once, so if you're trying to do all your lore, you can get your lore all in one place. That's good. I do really like the addition of the newspapers for lore purposes. Cool, so I didn't aggro again. We could probably do one more push today, like in-game day, before we gotta back off. The ads for all over the map are super cool. Yeah, it's one of those mechanics that, as a content creator, most runs I tend to have the full map showing. This one I don't, but most of the time I have the full map showing, so when people are like, you know, hey streamer, where can I find military stuff? You'd be like, oh, well, there's a place over here, and there's a place up there, and all that kind of stuff. And I don't actually get many of those questions these days anymore. I don't know if, broadly people know these days, or, like, people look it up. I honestly don't know the answer, but it used to be a thing that I would get asked all the time where I can get the military backpack. And it's not never, but it's pretty infrequent nowadays. Welcome back, madam. Alright, so let's go ahead and chuck our book away again. Now, granted, I really do need to get a better backpack. The duffel bag's fine, but it's just fine. Alright, so just gonna slam an entire stick of salami. There's a pretty decent online map these days. It just got updated to build 42 stable. Yeah, no, the interactive map, that's been around for a long time. Where I've been very critical that you cannot trust the Project Zomboid wiki. It will lie to you. The Project Zomboid unofficial interactive map is really, really solid. If you're about to say it's down, it's not down. It's up again. And for all the people who, like, lost their minds being like, how could they, and all that stuff, that's not what happened. Basically, the Indie Stone team were hosting the map for the person who developed it, and they've been just moving to getting third-party stuff off. Yeah, it's back up. They're going to, like, get third-party stuff off their server, and apparently in kind of a passing comment, they had gone to the developer being like, hey, we're going to be looking to, you know, to get this off our servers, you know, so we'd like you to start looking into finding a host. Because it used to be hosted off of their servers in the first place. And the devs for, you know, a good year or so put it on their own servers. But just, they were trying to have anything that was third-party not on their official servers for, like, security reasons. Not that there's anything wrong with the interactive map, but rather it was something they didn't have control over. So they wouldn't be able to go with that. But the developer of the map misunderstood and was like, oh, I need to take this off the servers now. And so took it down immediately, kind of thing. And that's not what was intended. But they got in touch with each other, got it all sorted out. It's back on the official server, or it's back on the Indie Stone servers for right now, to give the developer a chance to find their own hosting, which is entirely reasonable. Like, when they moved it onto the servers, like, that's actually very unusual, to host someone else's applications and code on your server, because you are putting yourself at a certain amount of risk of whatever stuff happens with that website taking down your hosting situation. But they were doing it, like, as a thing to show support to the community, but just very understandably they were like, you know what, this is, like, again, not even the website, that one specifically, it was just like, we want to not have third-party software running on our stuff. Let's see, surely the assorted stream Reddit communities didn't need jerk reaction, overreact, sharpen pitchforks, generally look stupid. Not really the Steam community, but, like, yeah, Reddit did. It was brought to my attention, I think yesterday or the day before that there was some drama there. And at the moment it's like, oh, that sounds like it's something that didn't get communicated effectively, and then Reddit did a Reddit, and immediately went all up in arms that everything is awful and they should be ashamed of themselves and that Indie Stone cannot be redeemed and we should burn down the entire world and all things are terrible and all, the typical Reddit reaction to everything, which is escalate it to a bajillion. It's like, no, this sounds like just bad communication. Um, and then lo and behold, 24 hours later, it's like, yeah, it was just bad communication. Which doesn't surprise me. I love the devs at Indie Stone. But if you go through their newsletters and all that, they don't have exactly the greatest record of dealing with when there's drama and communicating effectively. Like, they do really good with, like, their update stuff, where they're like, we're communicating with the update. They do great with that. But when there's, like, drama, like, for example, when Build 42 first came out, they had hired the artist that did the first background that Product Zomboid had. And, they were like, cool, we got our new art. And then it ended up being that the artist used generative AI, which, for Build 42 Unstable, was just the entire conversation that was going on, that people weren't really getting into what was actually going on in the build because everyone was caught up with this generative AI. And to their credit, Indie Stone did very rapidly, once they looked and they're like, this is generative AI, they yanked it all down and it's gone. That art is just removed. But it wasn't their intention to doing that and all that. But it was one of those things that it just absolutely escalated to the moon. Which is part of the reason we actually have the background style the way we do now, is they do want to update a bunch of those things and add a bunch of scenes from stuff in the game. Which is a bummer that we lost that. It's a bummer. The reason we lost that is because, an established artist that didn't use generative AI before cut corners and did it on the cheap, and then pushed this AI out stuff without disclosing it. Well, I mean, didn't push out, but provided it without disclosing it, and that it became a whole big drama. Versus, I think what Indie Stone's going to do is, if you've seen the new background for Build 42 Stable, they basically use in-game assets and kind of stage it to make the scene, as opposed to, like, actually having drawn stuff. Which I think fits the vibe of the game well. I think that's not a bad choice. Because it kind of protects them from a lot of the generative AI worries. But I think we will see more of those backgrounds, because some of those backgrounds had lore stuff in it that was cool to see. Yeah, no, I actually like it a lot, too. They hired the guy that does a bunch of cinematic stuff in-game. Oh, you mean for the current background? Probably. I actually don't know who did the current background. I know the person who did the backgrounds that got pulled for Gen AI, it was the same artist that made the initial background that the game had forever. At least Build 41 forever. Well before generative AI was a thing at all. So I think it was very much they got caught by surprise. Yeah, so it's one of those things. I liked what they were aiming on doing. I didn't like that they were generative AI, but I did like the idea that you'd get the background where you'd see, like, the reporter, you'd get the background that was, the one general, like, telling everyone to go back. So it was like these little drops of lore. So I liked what they're aiming for with that, and I think they're gonna go for that still. But instead of having, again, the problem was that the artist used generative AI without disclosing it. So they kind of got caught by surprise as much as anyone else did, which I feel really bad for game devs right now, because it very much is one of those things these days that you got to do stuff like what Hooded Horse has done. Hooded Horse, they are a game publisher, and literally when they write up the contracts for the games they're publishing, that they include a thing that is considered a deliberate breach of contract if the company uses generative AI in their games. So it's not just, oh, you're not supposed to. It's like, no, if you use this, you are in breach of contract, and this becomes a legal matter. You will not use it. And if that's a deal breaker, then you don't use them as a publisher. Easy as that. Boss, your weapons keep breaking, requesting resupply. Yeah, we can just go to the hardware store. I got plenty of weapons down there. And there's a reason why we play most Hooded Horse games and Fireshine and a bunch of them. That generally I'm very opposed to generative AI in games entirely. Well, actually just in general, but games is the big one relevant for the channel. So a lot of the publishers who have come out very hard being like, we will not, it is not allowed, it is against contract. Like, we have done everything on our end to ensure it's not a thing that I want to support them thing. Hooded Horse publishes a lot of really, really well-known games, a lot of very successful games. If we want to, like, grab a couple, I mean, we could even just ask, hey, who wants, like, in chat, for those who know Hooded Horse, what is your favorite Hooded Horse game? Because I was going to pull up the list, I'm like, let's not do that. Because there's a ton in there. They tend to do a lot of, like, your strategy games and all that kind of stuff. But they release indie games, and it's a ton of them. Asks AI what games Hooded Horse publishes. Why would you commit such violence? Against the Storm is a really good one. That is a roguelite city builder. Yeah, if we want, I'll pull up the book and I'll actually pull up like their list of games and go through a bunch. You love Clanfolk? Clanfolk is a really good one. For those who like RimWorld, Clanfolk is vaguely in that area. It's the same genre, while a very different take. Here, let me go ahead and I'll do it this way, because we can pull up like the list. Hooded Horse. Was Darkwood Hooded Horse? I actually don't know that. Yeah, so they've got 72 different games they've published. So there we go. We got Corsair Cove, Manor Lords, Against the Storm, Soviet Workers and Resources Soviet Republic, Nova Roma, Whiskerwood, Norland, Clanfolk, Beyond the Stars, Fog Piercer, Nine Kings, He Is Coming, Super Fantasy Kingdom, Breachway, Drill Keeper, Rogue Carrier, Boss Lords. Well, Boss Lords is coming. Boss Lords and Rogue Carrier aren't out yet. Heroes of Might and Magic, Olden Era, Heart of the Machine, Shadow Gambit, Heroes Hour 2. We got a bunch of other ones that are coming up in the future. Menace, Xenonauts 2, Battle Brothers. Let's see. I'm skipping a bunch. Endless Legion, Terra Invicta. I'm skipping tons of games now because I'm just going to ones that I know that were good. Cataclysmo. Oh, interesting. Rebel Inc. was Hooded Horse now. That's fascinating. Blacksmith Master. Darkwood, yep. Oh, Darkwood 2 coming soon. Yeah, so you see a lot in there. Like Battles Brothers would be another big one. Yeah, okay, now you know why it sounded familiar. The list had a dozen or so games played. Yeah, no, Hooded Horse is, like, of the indie publishers right now, Hooded Horse might genuinely be the biggest name, if not the biggest, pretty close. You also have Fireshine, which is pretty good. Nowhere near as many games behind their belt, but does some pretty wild games. What is it? Denshi Attack? Which is, like, Tony Hawk meets trains meets anime ridiculousness. That was Fireshine, which is definitely not a fit for this channel. I'm definitely not the target demographic for that game, but it is a wild, yeah. Core Keeper is Fireshine. That train, Tony Hawk railing whatever, is just a fever dream of a game. Very high energy, but it is like boss attack, Tony Hawk, that one. Alright, so we can't read anymore. It's too dark. And I can pull out the flashlight and read it, but we're going to run out of books relatively quickly, so I just don't need to. I'll just save my batteries and save my effort. But yeah, no, there's lots of good stuff going on with all of them. I would say of independent game publishers, so not developers where they might have one or two games, but publishers who do a bunch of game. They would be the ones that probably be the highest rated. Chucklefish has a lot of good ones too. They're a bit more hit and miss though. Chucklefish definitely has some solid ones under their belt, but then they also have some ones that, like, I'm wondering if we ever will actually see them come to fruition. But yeah, but Hood Horse was one of the game dev companies, game publishers, like, absolutely no Gen AI. Like, all of our future contracts, it's considered a willful breach of contract if you knowingly include Gen AI. And in the one instance they've had where Gen AI ended up in one of their games, which was the same kind of thing where an artist gave Gen AI assets without disclosing it, it was an immediate, like, hey, these have Gen AI, we even double-checked them, and we missed them, they are getting yanked now. This is unacceptable, and we apologize for it. Yeah, twiddling your thumbs, yeah, Witchbrook, I hope that comes out. Witchbrook is one of those games that's been in development since all eternity, that if it is anything but a colossal success, it's going to be a disappointment. But I hope it's good. It's basically Stardew Valley, but Witch School. The one I'm most looking forward to, I mentioned it earlier on stream, is Grave Seasons. That's supposed to be, it was supposed to come out in 4 days. It looks like it might be delayed, but they still have the estimated release date for fall this year. Which are running out of, well, we're getting into fall. I shouldn't say we're running out of fall. We're getting into fall this year. But Grave Seasons is, imagine for a moment, you're playing Stardew Valley. Except, instead of whimsical, you have a serial killer that you don't know is one of your one of your neighbors who you don't know who is a serial killer who is actively killing your other neighbors. And there is randomization on who it is and what they do and all that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, it is a wild take on that genre. You have to take a vacation on September. I am both looking forward to and dreading September showing up with how many games are being lined up to be released in major updates. Let's see, The Long Dark added the "we will never use AI assets and consider them a plague on humanity" type disclaimer on their startup screens. Yep. I have been appreciative that more and more games are doing that. Must be rough for streamers. It is. I mean, it's the same kind of rough for players. You've got like 10 games you want to play, and you've got hours for maybe 2 of them if you're lucky. And then you go, but someday I'll play the others. Spoiler alert, next year there's going to be twice as many. Someday ain't coming. It is a hard truth to accept. Someday ain't coming. Not to mention those with highly limited budgets. Yep. As well as that. But yeah, no, that's, we've had that conversation a number of times in content creation, where it's like, with Fields of Mystaria releasing, so there's some games that have, like, staying power on Twitch, like Project Zomboid, you know, generally after they have an update, it takes a while before viewership starts to properly decline on it. But meanwhile, you have other games that, you know, they're the flavor of the week and then they're gone. And unfortunately, it's very, very genre-based in a lot of ways, that there's certain genres the games tend to be stickier from a content creation side of things, that people seek that content longer. And then there's other games that, you know, people are curious to see what it is when it's new, and then after that, people just don't look for it anymore. And it's not anything objectively wrong with that game or the genre thing. It's just a matter of, is it fun to watch? So, like, for as much as I love tycoon games and like just straight up city builders, it's usually there's only like 1 or 2 that stick around for any real length of time, and then most of the rest they burn hot and they burn short and then they're gone. Or even games in like when I say farming simulator, I'm talking like Stardew Valley style farming simulator. Even a lot of those, outside of the 1 or 2 big names, usually as they're like 30 seconds in the sun before people collectively move on. That because they don't have the giant modding scene that's been built up over the decades, well, years, not decades, for Stardew Valley and others, that they have their 2 seconds of sun. So like with Fields of Mysteria, or Mysteria, however you pronounce it, as well as ones like, if I'm going to play this on stream, it has to happen like this week while it's just released, because a month from now it's going to have like 30 viewers in the entire category. So it's going to be a hard one to stream. Not that it needs to be like a wildly successful game to stream or anything like that, but there's definitely a point where no one's seeking out the content. It can be difficult to stay there. Well, every other streamer is doing the same thing. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that Fields of Mysteria had that heavy of an everybody's playing it. Like, there's definitely an oversaturation in categories. Like, GTA 6, when it drops, is going to be probably the most extreme we've had for oversaturated category to date. Everyone is going to be playing that on the platform who isn't specifically trying to not play that to be the place for people not interested in that game. If memory serves me correct, you played Palia before. Yeah, I played Palia briefly. That was the that's the live service, like, you know, Stardew Valley-esque game, if I recall correctly. I played it and I enjoyed it, but the moment it was like, oh, you need to wait n number of minutes for your crop to grow kind of mechanic, my excitement for the game basically imploded. The game was fun when I did play, but the moment I ran into the, time gate, that was 100% a thing that pushed me off. You still look forward to GTA flopping? Oh, I don't expect they've already got so many sales. I can't see a reality where GTA 6 doesn't make ridiculous sales. Whether or not it's considered a success... Oh, you mean it will sell like gangbusters? Yeah, no, I mean, I fully also expect GTA 6, it'll probably sell like gangbusters, and a bunch of people complain about it, because at this stage, for as long as that hype has been going, it's exited the reality of what's plausible for anyone to make, like, just ever. That the expectations have gone so wildly out of sync with any type of meaningful reality, that I think you're going to have a lot of negativity regardless. But I still think it's going to make a boatload of money. Oop, helicopter day. I was not... Alright, I didn't realize they're back in the window for the helicopter. Okay, so we are going to have a helicopter today. And so we got to make decisions of how we're handling this. So the last time we just went for a long drive. Okay. You're enjoying that we got this. So we got some choices of how we can handle it. Last time, I wanted to just kind of explore and go around here. We could potentially do that again, where I could take the road to the east and go explore, because we definitely don't want to be anywhere in this area for the helicopter, because otherwise I'll drag all the crap from here across. I also don't think realistically we just drive through town. We could walk through town and look around, but drive through town is certainly not going to happen. And so I am juggling my options, that the two big ones I'm considering is, one, not driving the car, but walking through town and start, like, peeking mailboxes and that kind of thing to try and get ourselves to the south end of town, and then have the helicopter come to us on the south end of town and draw the zombies from up here down. The other one is to jump on this highway, Kentucky Highway 60, and take that to the east, where you've got March Ridge down here, you got Muldrow up there, and just kind of drive around here. I think I'm going to go and take the car east. And the reason I'm going to do that is that should draw the zombies away, but also we can look out and maybe we'll get lucky and find a survivor pack of zombies, and then we might also get a chance to peek into a shed or two and maybe score a generator. It's probably the better strategy for me to walk through town to the south and deal with it that way. Let's actually jog a little bit, because we are on a timer before the helicopter shows up. Oh, before we get into that, let's do the prediction. I've been liking doing these predictions. So for the prediction, this is going to be a prediction on when will the helicopter arrive. So this is when we first have the helicopter show up. Not when it leaves, not how long it stays. When the helicopter is very first heard, we'll have before 11:30 a.m., between 11:30 and 1:30, between 1:30 and 3:30, between 3:30 and 5:30, and then after 5:30. So you can go and gamble your points on when you think the helicopter is going to arrive. Now, just so people are aware, the earliest the helicopter can show up in the game is 9 a.m. The latest it can show up is 7 p.m. It can stay after 7 p.m., but its arrival time will be 7 p.m. at the latest. So I am curious to see what people think. And I'll continue playing. Once you get to 9 a.m., I'm going to pause the game so that people don't get to like cheeky, they hear the helicopter and immediately go, yes, it's here. Or vice versa. If they don't hear the helicopter, they'll put in the last minute bet for it to be a different time frame. But we've got some people who have exchanged some pretty significant points on the last couple ones. I think both like the last 2 times we've got well over 100,000 points involved. And I think the last one, what was it, like 400,000 points changed hands? But as far as it goes, I know some interesting things about the chance of different stuff happening, and I'm not going to answer those questions. Because I look forward to seeing who can make clever guesses. Yeah, about 430,000? Yeah, it was somewhere in that ballpark. Yeah. Aw, yeah, Gamba. So in the meantime, like I said, we're going to start working our way east. Ideally, I want a late in the day helicopter. Not super late, like a nice 2:30 would be lovely. If I could have a nice solid 2:30 helicopter, I could definitely go for that. Why is the stove there before the entire building of all types? What? That's downright nasty over there. Is that like a salvage yard or something there? That's a house alarm, not a helicopter. This might be a spicy return trip. And wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Hold. Any second now. How long is 10 minutes in this game? Come on. Okay, so we're pausing again, not to slant the results and all that. You went hard on Polya at release, but they treated some of us content creators a bit crappily, which soured things for you. Also, it seemed to turn a bit into a cult for some people. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I did. It was like I think I did one stream, and I played a little bit off stream kind of thing for Polya, but it was definitely one of those things that you planted the crops, and I saw the timer, and I was immediately like, nope. For those who don't know, I've told this story before. So historically, I've got over 15 years in software development, but one of the things I did is I was a public speaker at conferences and all that who would, basically explain all sorts of different things, some of them soft skill, some of them technical and all that. But I had gone to a tech conference, and I couldn't even tell you which one it was anymore, because this is going back over 10 years now. That we had a different talk going on, and it was around mobile monetization. And I was like, okay, mobile apps are kind of the new thing and all that kind of stuff. They're really starting to pick up. This is a thing I should probably, get myself in the know on. And they had the panel there, and there was like 2 or 3 of them from different companies, and they were talking about how they had more psychiatrists on their payroll than they did software developers. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And that they could tell you the precise second to drop that offer to, make it so that the timer's a little bit shorter, or to give you a freebie on whatever the consumable was in the game, and all that kind of stuff. That they could tell the exact moment to drop that are most likely to get you to not only use that consumable, but to get you okay with using consumables, that you turn around and purchase them yourself. And they know exactly when to offer the discounts for when you're getting low on your consumables and might be looking for new ones to get you to buy more of them than you otherwise would. And they even cracked the joke that you're like, you know what? We've probably ruined some marriages and got some people to lose their homes. and they were doing it with like a thing of being like how amazing of what they've done, like how successful they are. And meanwhile, like a bunch of us in the audience are just like, the f- is this? Um, like these people are genuinely like with pride about it. It's like, oh yeah, we've just ruined people's lives financially with our stupid game. But it's definitely one of those things that's gotten me to, like, with all those like the moment you get to those predatory monetization things, it's like up, out, all the way gone. Like not even kind of ish, straight out. When I see the time gate thing happen, nope, gone. When you see the whole thing where you've got like multiple types of currency and all that to go and like get your account thing set up so you can't quite equate what the money is without sitting down and doing calculus, it's like nope, 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 nope. Abso-freaking-lutely not. Like, it's one thing when it's, you know, DLC kind of thing where you're buying too much DLC. That's different. It's not the psychological manipulation. But you're like gotcha games, time game, like time gating and all that stuff. Can be rough. So I actually Warframe was one I actually did play that does have time gates, but the time gates in Warframe never hit me the same way in that because you just keep playing and it wasn't an impulsive player or whatever. But Warframe, while it was a free to play game, they didn't like. Let me rephrase that. For a long time, they weren't doing a lot of the predatory stuff. Then they introduced that stupid radio thing as like the moment that got introduced was like out. You've done a FOMO mechanic that's designed here where I have to play your game on the regular or I don't get the big prize. And it wears off to make sure I develop a game addiction. It's like, absolutely not. Slot machine stuff is well established to extract money, yep. You remember correctly, the design firm that made monetization for Diablo Mobile talked more openly about it, and making people lose their homes. Yeah, no, and there's people, it's like, oh yeah, we've made this so addictive that, you know, you financially ruin people. And again, there are people that they're proud of. It's like, hey, look, we figured out we could do this thing. It's like, right. You do understand what you are doing, though, right? Like, as you're laughing about how wildly successful you are deliberately and intentionally generating addiction that wouldn't otherwise, you know, exist in the world, right? Like, you're proud of this thing. The thing you're proud of is awful. What did I see over there? Nothing, apparently. Oh, Diablo Immortal, holy crap, that thing had the most brutal monetization, yep. I always wondered if they had any idea that ethics exist. Yeah, but you can't pay your bills with ethics. No, I'm teasing. Those gacha games, you played one of those, you enjoyed for free, and then instantly feel like you buy uninstalled. Yeah. From that game, Blizzard, in your opinion, is dead to you. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that you... Like, these days, I generally won't touch free-to-play games, just broadly speaking, because they all have to monetize, which is fair. But so much live service and free-to-play games, the monetization is truly repugnant. It's not like, oh, this is a little expensive or whatever. Or again, people like to beat up on Paradox. And I do feel like Paradox monetization has its problems. But like a lot of their games, and I can't speak for some of their newer ones, but a lot of their games like Stellaris, you got a full game when you bought it, and they just kept adding DLC and DLC. And, you know, eventually you turn around and go, okay, but with all this DLC, this game now, if I want everything, costs like $300-400. That, to me, looks like a Survivor pack. That's probably our Survivor. Ma'am? If I could have you come over here, ma'am. No, your family has to wait. Your family has to wait, ma'am. So we got 2 hits in there. And now we bring him around. We get really close to her. Because we don't care about killing all these. We just want the zombie with the backpack. Now that backpack's no good, but if that is in fact a survivor zombie, if that is in fact a survivor zombie, that's what we want. So she dropped off and the other stayed aggroed. Then that backpack's probably full of books and all that. So we go and take a couple steps. And she's down. Yep, the problem is things like PoE exist that a bunch of other that don't milk and synonymous to thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Like PoE I feel like does a relatively good job of having reasonable monetization that doesn't feel super scummy. It is free to play, and there's the thing there. When you look at Path of Exile, ultimately its monetization boils down to it's effectively a really, really big demo that you're then going to plunk down 30 to 50 bucks to ultimately buy on the other side. Nope, it wasn't a survivor zombie. It was just a normal zombie. Rip. Well, screw that lady in particular for tricking me into thinking that she had the goods. I thought it was interesting because these days survivor zombies usually have like armored panels. What is going on over here? What is down here in this part of the map? Are we by March Ridge by chance? Yeah, I think we're on the north end of March Ridge. With PoE, you can play comfy for 50, 60 bucks in tabs, in your opinion? Which is fair since you've sank like 15k hours into it. There's no need for this. I was gonna try and weasel around so I go to Muldrow side. Yeah, so the problem is I don't want to go back here where I might accidentally get the helicopter right as I'm going there, and that's kind of the reason I'm being a little bit stubborn with this. Is I'm deliberately trying to not bring zombies back with me kind of deal. Alright. 11 p.m. it is for the helicopter. So 7:28. Second helicopter 7/28/93. And let's go ahead and get that prediction done. So it's an 11. Let me double check that so I don't give away the points. Okay, so it's 11 p.m. helicopter. And here's the outcome. So yeah, the before 11:30 in the mornings got it. So we'll complete that prediction 11:30 or earlier. Been thinking of trying a mod to increase the zombie difficulty. A mod to increase the difficulty. Not sure about that one. And so let's see. So we got 93,000, or sorry, yeah, 93.6 thousand points with Canahawk taking the bulk of it. Congratulations on all of you on your successful or unsuccessful gambas. I need to not do this. I keep turning around because I don't want to screw things up. Because right now with the helicopter, we really don't want to go anywhere near town. So we are going to crawl on this road. Yep, because if we go anywhere over here, we're going to draw zombies across where we cleared, and I do not want that. So we're just going to go for a nice, really relaxing drive. Walking our zombie, making sure our zombies get a nice bit of exercise. We are driving fast enough that that zombie is actually catching up to us. The helicopter's in my game, Soul. Can we get a shout out for Soulspire as well? Another fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Has also been playing Product Zomboid and all that. Also does like RimWorld and all those kind of things. So definitely a fantastic person to check out for these games. Alright, so gotta scooch the speed up just a smidge. There we go. Don't want it to catch us. Also playing Palworld apparently. Yep. So definitely good things. For a moment you saw the same thing. It's always the risk. Just walking our zombie. Just walking our zombie. Zombie's just not been getting enough exercise lately. Been really lethargic. Just kind of sits by the door in the sun, and then eats. So really just needed a good walk. So if that's how far we've gone here. Okay, so that's one screen. Okay, yeah, we could probably be fine. We just go this speed. Well, anytime, Soul. It's always good to have you here. Soul also has, like, a really excellent channel you should probably check out. So, like, very genuine. We have lots of fantastic people who pop through here. So the last helicopter, I believe, was 5 passes it did on us. So that was our first pass. That's pass number 1. So we know it can do at least 5 in build 42.2. Pre-recorded zombies? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Every bit of this is pre-recorded, including that question. So you know that's a fully expected thing. This is the worst second line you've ever seen. Yep. Oh, we gotta speed up again. Zombies catching up. Okay, there's the second pass. You're playing on Allison's Frog server? Yeah, and I've noticed there's been a good handful of people there. Like, Claire's been on there, you've been on there, Allison's been on there. Who else did I see? There was like 2 other creators I saw on there. It is one of those things, and it happens on YouTube all the time, where people are like, is this pre-record? It's like, yeah, I absolutely definitely pre-record all this. Like, that's why it's under the live section, which your analytics on the live section is nowhere near as strong on the recorded section. So yeah, definitely it's live. Or it's pre-recorded and all that. Where the pre-recorded meme from? I'm not even sure it's a meme. I think people genuinely were putting up, because I know that was a thing on Twitch for a while, is you could have pre-recorded content on your stream. And that's most, like, you can technically do reruns now. You have to, like, label it accordingly, and it's just generally frowned upon. Because I realize more and more the reason that people watch streams is because they want the engagement. Yeah, we've got our audience plants. There's always on channels, but they, as you said earlier, but yeah, you're required to be labeled. Your house smells like brownies. You made a massive batch. Oh, and it's a curse and a blessing, I'm sure, where you're like, that smells delicious. Also, that smells delicious, and I have to wait. That's like when it makes stuff like chili and I have the slow cooker going all day, and, you know, I'm waiting for, like, Tomb to get home, and just sitting here being like, oh, it smells so good. But yeah. No, it's just a thing that happens on the YouTube side as people get accused. Oh, interesting fact. Driving with cruise control set this low uses gas way faster than driving normally. You'll notice my gas tank, I'm already down to almost half a tank versus we went the last time we had the helicopter. The last time we had the helicopter, we did all of this area out here. And we used about a quarter a tank. Why? It's a bug. It's not intentional, it's just the way they do the calculations. That said, I usually don't worry about it because the likelihood of you running out of gas at your fuel pump is minimal. That said, when you're going like cruise control like 25 and all, that's not that big a deal, but yeah, you can almost watch that. Why are we going so slow? Helicopter. So basically, I was going to try and go over this way to explore, but we ran into very thick with zombies right here. Oh, I see. Oh, right, there's a little warehouses up here. But yeah, so we ran with thick with zombies, and then we had the helicopter show up. Now, I've been clearing here. So if I go and drive over here with my car while the helicopter's doing that, I have royally jacked up the whole area I've been clearing. So we're trying to not get all the way to the west where I've been clearing, but we also have the helicopter following me. So we're just kind of cruising in between, very slowly making our way home while we wait for the helicopter to go away. Where did you come from? This will be pass number 3. The zombie slaying's going fine. Yeah, we're literally the March Ridge construction crew. We're just inspecting the highways, making sure everything's up to code and maintained. Yep, no, I usually stream for about 9 hours, give or take, all depending on the night. Sometimes we go long, sometimes we don't. Okay, we're gonna eat some chocolate candy. We're gonna eat a little more. We'll have a little chocolate-covered coffee. Have a little sippy sip of the Wawa. And then we go for a slow drive again. And I am deliberately driving on this far bottom lane to just kind of draw the zombies to this edge, so that coming through later, if I go on the north lane, it's less likely I'll run into many zombies. Somehow you always get scratched and infected in roughly 5 hours. Yeah, it's one of those things when you're new to the game and you're learning the ropes. One thing I actually strongly recommend is when you first get in, the very first thing you do is you find anything that is even a passable weapon. Rolling pin doesn't matter. It can be pretty subpar. Go find a zombie, kill a zombie. And keep doing that until you can get to the point where you can find 2 or 3 zombies and comfortably approach them and kill them without taking an injury. And then once you can do that, then start worrying about your long-term survival. Because until you do that, you're just living on borrowed time, because sooner or later, you're going to get stuck in a fight. Alright, that's pass number 4. I don't know what's over here that we're drawing the zombies away, because we're way past March Ridge over here. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm underestimating how slow we're driving. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This is not how I normally do helicopters, by the way. My usual preference for how I deal with helicopters is, if we pull up the map here, I'll show you a spot. So we look over here. So we got a field here. Like, there's a couple fields for, like, farms or whatever. Normally, I'll just walk out into the middle of a field, and I'll just walk in circles in the field. Just corralling all the zombies in that area. And we make the murder ball. And then, you know, once we get all that and the helicopter goes away, I just walk away. But generally speaking, usually the easiest way of dealing with zombies during a helicopter event is get yourself a very large open area and just keep yelling and shouting and blowing whistles and just walking in a circle. Because you end up getting all the zombies just kind of swarm in a ball behind you. And you can just zigzag in front of them to slowly lead the ball around. Because then you only have to dodge a handful of zombies coming from in front of you and just walk between them and all that stuff. Versus if you do the thing that a lot of people do that I consider very dangerous, which is you go into a house and you go to the second floor and you just hide in a closet or whatever. You put yourself in a lot of risk of the zombies going into the bottom floor of your building and just camping out there. Which then you get into the situation, well, what do? You're upstairs, there's a bunch of zombies downstairs. If you move around, they might hear you. Like, it's unlikely they'll find you during the helicopter if you're not moving around. But it can very easily get ugly. And it also means the entire area around where you are, even if they don't come in the house, cause you problems there. You've just made the area around where you're staying full of zombies. What's going on? We are driving very slowly, waiting on the helicopter to go away. And here we're thinking killing a bear wouldn't be an issue on the Steam machine. Thank you, Vince. Killing a bear wouldn't be an issue on the Steam machine. I have no idea what you're talking about there. Start a fire? There are people who do that. There are people who, they start the helicopter, they put down a campfire in the middle with a bunch of fuel, light it up, and they walk in circles around the campfire. I generally recommend against getting in the habit of using fire for stuff. For a new question who's never played this game, what makes the chopper so dangerous? So ultimately what happens is the helicopter comes to the player and it starts circling around you for, you know, up to, I think it's 4 in-game hours. So it just circles around you and it's super duper loud. And in Product Zomboid, the zombies go to where loud noises are happening. So basically, all the zombies come to where you are. Yeah, to give you an idea on how much of a difference on the fuel consumption, we are at about 1/3 a gas tank, and we've traveled significantly less than we did on 3/4 of a gas tank for the first helicopter. Let's see, what's the rationale behind the helicopter event? So if you start looking for a bunch of radios and all that kind of stuff in the game, you can actually find a bunch of secret broadcasts that basically there will be a news reporter outside the exclusion zone of Knox County talking to someone inside the exclusion zone in Knox County, that they're trying to figure out what's going on, because in the Zomboid lore, the military has shut down entry and exit to Knox County and no one is being allowed to go in, and they're doing a cover-up. And so eventually what happens is around 6 or 7 days, you get a broadcast from the news reporter basically being like, hey, I can't reach you. Are you still good? Like, what's going on? And then shortly afterwards, the helicopter shows up and doing all that stuff. And to be clear, that's the thing. We're using cruise control. I'm just waiting to see if the helicopter is going to do another pass before we drive home. So we're just cruise controlling and stuff. Kentucky News, cursing and yelling, survivor spot running in circles of the field, and was decided to not send a rescue team. Heck that helicopter, yep. But so the in-game lore is effectively that this news reporter loses contact with their connection on the person on the inside, and then breaks the no-fly zone to go and figure out what's going on. And all comes up, hey, Ziggy, thank you so much for the raid. It's good to see you. Can we get a shout out for Ziggy D Live, who is another fantastic content creator on the platform? Has done plenty of stuff like RimWorld and RimWorld. I think you've done Project Zomboid. Yeah, you've done Project Zomboid before. RimWorld and Project Zomboid. Also has done Path of Exile, Quasimorph. I don't know that one. He's back on Project Zomboid. Nice. And thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so Ziggy's absolutely fantastic. I got the pleasure to meet Ziggy at ExileCon. Oh man, it's been a couple years now. But absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Does a really good job at like story content, games like RimWorld having like thematic runs and all that stuff. I probably like it. Banger Mercenary RPG? That does sound like up my stuff. Let's see, Killa and Twitching were playing that. Seems pretty cool. Gotcha, so I need to have that on my list. But yeah, so again, 100% recommend Ziggy D Live. Got introduced through Path of Exile, was one of the channels I would hang out in the most for Path of Exile and all that historically. But absolutely a fantastic and wonderful person to check out and all that good stuff. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and I'm most known for my exploits in this game, Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on a bunch of sweaty tryhard settings. That said, I am a variety streamer, and I actually don't play as much Project Zomboid these days, but, you know, we're doing all that. That is a lot down there. Oh, we're at the edge of... Yeah, that makes sense. We're at the edge of Rosewood. But yeah, so we are not playing in my normal 16 times pop, ridiculous, sweaty, try-hard settings. We're on just insane pop. Because I've been wanting to check out all the big changes to the map. We just had a helicopter. We were hoping to see if we could find a Survivor zombie pack, but didn't get very far before we got swamped down with zombies. So we went for a very, very slow drive so that we didn't drag zombies back over where we've been clearing. And the good news, bad news of what we've been going... Wait. No, don't go this way. This isn't right. Alright, so we're backing up, so that just made our car very loud. The gas station's up here now. The bad news is the power's out. The good news is I got, like, 5 gas tanks full of gas. So, I don't need it. Alright, Ziggy, thank you again so much for the raid. And again, check out Ziggy Live. Also, while we've got people with the mods, if we can get a shout out for Penny Meowie as well, who's another fantastic content creator who's been playing some Project Zomboid lately. That would be nice. Who's the friend of the channel and all that stuff. So we got lots of fun people hanging out. And are we playing with any mods? Nope, this is vanilla. Not a single mod in sight. Not a quality of life, not a UI, not a nothing. What you see is what you get on the tin. But yeah, so we're playing on insane times pop. Nowhere near as many bodies up here now because they've been despawning. And for the people who asked, is there respawn in this game? That depends on your settings. These days, Apocalypse has respawn turned off by default. It used to be on by default in the past, but they did change that. I don't remember if it was like right with Build 42 or shortly after it came out. It was whenever they introduced Extinction, I think might have been what it was. So yeah. But we're in Rosewood, and you might be looking at this going, none of this looks familiar. Yeah, it's all changed. Build 42.2, it's all changed. Rosewood, Riverside, Muldrow, and West Point all got a massive rework to bring them up to speed with how the rest of the game looks. Because they were looking a little dated. Yeah, no, I've always been so much of a, like, way when I first started, I was like, oh no, without respawn, I might run out of zombies. To be clear, that is not a reasonable concern. Even if you hit Apocalypse and Go, to run out of zombies, you are going to be pushing in the hundreds of thousands of zombies. You might run out of zombies in your local area and need to go someplace else to get in. That's a fair concern. But genuinely running out of zombies, like, as a concept, it's like running out of grains of sand to pick up if you're picking them up by 1 grain at a time. Sure, theoretically, there would be a point you could actually run out. Theoretically. But from a practical standpoint, it is effectively infinite grains of sand. Just why do you need zombies? Because otherwise you get bored. Zombies are effectively your friction point in the game. They're the thing that go, hey, here's something that can get you in trouble, here's something you need to overcome, here's that. You can play the game without zombies. But as far as a survival game, Zomboid, while it's got a lot of depth and all that, it's actually also very thin on the survival elements as far as like food, water, shelter. Very genuinely, when you play Product Zomboid, you can spawn, run out in the wilderness, never see a zombie at any point after that point, and survive just fine. It's gonna be boring, but you can do it. You can just straight up run out into the woods, start sipping directly out of the river, got your water sorted. Through enough foraging and crafting, you'll be able to make a fishing pole, and then you've got food sorted forever. And then you go, is this what I really wanted to do with my life? And contemplate your life decisions as you just fish all day, and then drink water. And maybe you build a building or something, but very genuinely you don't, like, you literally can set your game to 0 loot, no loot, like the loot just doesn't even exist in your world. That is actually a setting where you can set loot to none. And you can survive just fine. Yeah, no, you can do some, like, don't get me wrong, you can play without zombies as something different and have a good time with it. It's just one of those things that long term, you'll have a tendency to slowly, like, kind of exhaust the fun of that. I did that sort of a run, and thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. I did that sort of run to prove a point, because I had preached that, like, hey, there's no loot that is urgent, there's nothing you need to worry about, like, take your time, all that kind of stuff. And so very, very genuinely, I was like, all right, let's put this to the test. And I spawned in, and we went, before they expanded the west side of the map, we just went to the west side of the map. There used to be a turn where that had nothing on it on the highway. And so I just set up off the side of it, not even near a lake or anything either. Like, literally not even near where we could get water. And just survive there without any real issues. It'd be a little harder in Build 42 keeping your weight up, but not that big a deal. And it isn't me trying to be like, it's a baby game or anything like that. It's very genuinely with Project Zomboid. It is a zombie apocalypse survival game. The zombie apocalypse is a key element. You are supposed to die. That is also a key element of this game. Without the threat of death, the game very quickly, you start ticking off the boxes of things you want to get done, and you very rapidly run out, and then you kind of stare at the middle distance going, what now? Because to me, when you think about Project Zomboid, is you boot up, you get your character, and it's almost like there's this giant list of checkboxes. You know, get a generator magazine, you know, secure renewable water, secure renewable food. Like, you go down that whole list. And each time you get something done, you're like, oh, got my generator, tick that box. It disappears off the list. And very quickly you can start going, oh, my list is getting really empty. Well, maybe I don't want to collect all the plushies anymore. I don't feel like it. Okay, well, what do I do now? And you can come up with stuff to do, and that's actually an important thing when you're playing sandbox games. But by having points of friction to slow you down a bit, it can make it take longer to go through those checklists. And the longer it takes you to get those checklists, generally, the more time you get to enjoy the game before you start getting bored or burning out or whatever. Let's see, like, you don't really need a generator bean, but always try to find the max. Oh yeah, well, that's the thing. You always try and do those things, but it's a tough lesson to take when you're playing the game, of being like, that thing you feel like you urgently need that you're putting yourself in lots of danger for, it can wait. Like, you can absolutely, like, you can have your vehicle, it's full of all of your stuff, and it gets swarmed by the zombies, and you're like, ah, crap, I'm not in my car, it's all covered with zombies. The engine's running, this sucks. And you'll be tempted to try and fight it, even if things aren't in a great place. When, you know, kind of the correct answer is to be like, well, that sucks. And then you walk the other way, you find some farmhouse you can sleep in or someplace you can chuck a tent down, you take a nap, you wake up the next day, maybe you gotta go back and get some weapons or something first, and then you come back and clear your truck. And if it runs out of gas, it runs out of gas. If the food in it spoils, the food in it spoils. None of that's that urgent. You know, even your home base that has everything, you'll be tempted to, like, try to hold the line and fight for it. But when you realize things are off balance that are not a good place, getting yourself to be like, no, we leave and we come back tomorrow. Like, we ditch this nonsense, we come back tomorrow when we're fresh and ready and get to work cleaning this place up. But it's a very hard lesson to, like, you'll find yourself not wanting to yield and, like, take the safer route of, like, you know, come back tomorrow when you're good to fight. And it'll get you killed. A lot. But that's a lot of what it takes to set, you know, world records. Like, there's an inherent amount of risk you have to take if you're trying to, like, kill the zombies. Ultimately, every zombie represents at least the tiniest bit of risk. But it is being conscious about being like, okay, what risks do I need to take? What risks can I avoid? For the risks I'm going to take, what can I do to mitigate how much of a risk they are? And all that kind of nonsense. So we do have our truck there. It's only down to a fourth of a tank. Because, yeah, and for the record, where I mentioned that the cruise control eats way more gas, it's when you do very slow cruise control, when you're doing like 5-10 miles an hour. For whatever reason, it just makes your vehicle eat so much gas. Once you get up to like 15, 20, 30, it's not that bad. And I don't know why. It does, and it's not something that the faster you go, the better the gas mileage. It's just a weird thing about low cruise control that, for some reason, chews up so much gas. And where I'm aiming to get is down here, just past that road. That's where a bunch of houses are. Things I want, ideally, is it would be nice to get a fishing pole. Once we have a fishing pole, or a magazine to teach us how to make a fishing pole, but something that would ultimately result in a fishing pole. Once we get that, we basically have food sorted. All I have to do is anytime I need to gain some weight, I just go find the nearest river, lake, whatever. We start fishing. I begin to snarfle down as much fish as I can until I start putting my weight on. I will leave the scissors there. Okay, let's back up from that. That looks like we pulled a lot. And it's gonna get dark soon. And we're already exerted. Yep, that's what I thought. For the record, we have our zombies set on the full range of randoms seeing and hearing. So some of them will have eagle eye and pinpoint hearing, which is why when I move to an area I haven't cleared and I hit a zombie, you just kind of see all the zombies nearby turn and start walking. It's because a bunch of them have pinpoint hearing, so they can see, you know, hear me exceptionally well. Alright, so we're going to go back to our little farmhouse. Now, part of the other reason I'm not pushing this is a helicopter day. So the zombies will be, like, stirred up. So there's a chance at places I've been able to sleep at historically, I might go up there and there's zombies just waiting for me. I probably should have actually done a pass where I checked there first. But it was a little out of the way, so I chose not to. So you know, this is how you died. Yeah, so it won't be able to follow me, that's fine. Never understood how the zombies know the difference in sound of a zombie and you. Zombies will follow zombie sounds as well. Like, not the zombie sounds as far as, like, them just making their random moans and all that. But, if a zombie starts walking up and smashing on a door, it will draw other zombies to that door being smashed on. Stuff like that. Okay. Yeah, so people remember very recently this was all covered in bodies. That's just where we're at. We're slowly having the bodies disappear. What shirt am I wearing right now? Just like, yeah. I can get behind that. Moved up from a vaguely blood-saturated purple tank top to a green Hawaiian shirt. Yep, so as you can see, slowly, you can see the evidence of where all the fighting was from all the blood decals and dirt everywhere. Which that's with the blood decals turned way down, by the way. Alright, we can go upstairs. I also have the zombies set up so they can open doors and windows just like the player. So if the door isn't locked or the window isn't jammed, they will just stroll up and like let themselves in. Okay, so we got this book and then we got Electrical 1 that we have stashed. The Electrical 1 will be able to get it where we can get the generator, because you actually don't need the generator magazine. It's really nice and convenient. It's somewhere around like Electrical 2 or 3 that your character learns to hook up a generator without requiring the magazine. Almost all of the magazine taught recipes, with a few exceptions, you will eventually get by just leveling up the respective skill. So it's another thing to not sweat it too much if you're struggling to find like the generator magazine or whatever. You can just grind out electrical to get it. Alright. And we finished the Maintenance 3 book, so that's good news. We've been very fortunate in this run that we have found Maintenance 1, 2, and 3 books. So I properly stored away our stuff. Let's see, can you do generators now with the illiterate trait? I believe so, yeah. If you can get your electric... Like, someone can verify that for me, because I don't take the illiterate trait. But I'm pretty sure if you just get your electrical high enough, it'll let you hook up the generator without having to have read the magazine. Because it used to be a big problem, is if you took illiterate, you would never, ever get to hook up a generator ever. Unless you started as, I believe, electrician. But if you weren't an electrician and you took illiterate, you would never get to use a generator ever. Oh, wait, didn't I take a sip of the water out of my bottle? Let's make sure that's topped off. Because that was a change they made in Build 42, is they made, with the... Oh, we can probably exercise a little. Yeah, I'm gonna be stuck waiting here anyways. But yeah, no, it's just a thing that with the crafting rework, they did go in and make it so a lot of recipes you could just learn through leveling up. Whereas a lot of them, that was not the case before, that you required the magazine. And there's still a couple out there. Like, I think the herbalism one, to see whether a mushroom is poisonous or not, I think that is something you just have to find the magazine or have the trait. I don't think it's based around cooking and all that. Okay, so I can go ahead and put the bag back on, put the airbag back on, put the fanny pack on. Yeah, I almost went to sleep. We want to rest. And the reason we're doing that is I don't want to go to sleep before midnight. And the reason I don't want to go to sleep before midnight is if we go to sleep before midnight, we'll end up waking up at like 3, 4 in the morning when it's still pitch black outside. And then we got that awkward thing is, do I sit inside the house in pitch blackness doing nothing? Or do I go outside in the pitch blackness doing nothing? And it's easier when you're going to sleep to deal with this because you don't have all the negatives from, you know, wasting your good time. So you're wondering, what was the advantage going on slowly with the car? Simply just so faster than the zombies, or even the horde behind us? Oh, so the reason I was going so slow is I was on this road down here that goes into town. So like the road right here, this east-west road, and I was to the east. But the problem was a little bit farther east, we ran into where there's just too many zombies to drive by without trashing the car. And so I didn't want to keep going west to where I got to here with the helicopter chasing me, because I've cleared this area, and if I drive up here with the helicopter chasing me, I draw all the zombies from way down here. I'll draw them up to that area. So I was trying to not get back to Rosewood, but I couldn't go east. So I was just trying to very, very slowly work my way west, so that, you know, I wouldn't mess things up here, but I also wouldn't get overrun by the zombies. So we were just going about the speed the zombies could go for the purposes of taking as much time to get back into range of town and all that. But that's the reason why we were just crawling along in the car. Because if it hadn't been a helicopter day, I mean, probably wouldn't have gone out in the first place. But I wouldn't have cared about going back over here. Go ahead and eat ourselves in our dehydrated meat stick. Have ourselves a sippy sip. And another day. And it looks like it's a pea soup kind of foggy day. Meanwhile, we'll get our radio all staged. So we just can't have the health thing. You wonder if you could particularly upsetting, boring, and then heli journalists just leave. Yeah, it's like, okay, there's a survivor here, but like they're doing nothing. Yeah, we don't need to worry about actually, like, I'm only turning on the foraging thing so we get a little bit of foraging XP, and who knows, you can sometimes get lucky and find something amazing. Yeah, so we listen to the radio every morning. That the goal is to listen to it at 8 a.m. That's when it updates to the current day. If you listen before that, you're actually listening to yesterday's radio broadcast. But we do that because it'll let us know the weather and all that. And it'll let us know if the helicopter's coming. We just had the helicopter yesterday, so we can't have it again for a little while. It's roughly 2 weeks because of our settings, where we have it set to sometimes. Alright, bear with me. We got an ad break that just happened. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'll be back in just a minute. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute, and I'll see you in a few. All right, and we are back. Yeah, if I recall correctly, that Terraria clip was from a Zenith run, which is where you start in hell and you work your way up and the world gets more difficult. And there's a ridiculous number of traps and bees and lava and everything is terrible. Um, it is truly an appallingly awful run to deal with. It was fun for a challenge. I don't think I'd want to do a whole run Zenith 1. I think after a while it would get tedious. But it was definitely a different way of playing. It was certainly interesting for a good stream or 2 or 3 or whatever. I don't remember how long we streamed it. Like, Terraria is excellent, but that Zenith run gets very sweaty and obnoxious because there's just constantly lava coming down on you. Yeah, I should probably... I don't really want to fight all these zombies, but I probably should, so let's do the right thing. I want to push down. I want to push south. Alright, so we're going to get moderate rain tomorrow evening. But otherwise, nothing worth noting. Which isn't surprising. We just had the helicopter. So outside of, like, a nasty storm or something, we're not expecting a whole lot. And the power in the water's already off. So I can't get, like, offer. Yeah, so I've got a lot of zombies that are up along here. Let's start at this area up here and work our way down that road. And the reason I want to do this is I want to make sure I keep the area around where I'm sleeping and operating clear as much as possible before pushing on. Let's see, the very moment Tmod Loader updates to bigger boulder for this year, you gonna do Terraria yourself again? I have absolutely no idea what any of that is about. Like, you know what Tmod Loader is, but like bigger boulder, I'm not super aware. Because I did do a bunch of like modded Terraria runs before I started streaming. Like, did the Thorium mod, did Calamity. Like, when they first introduced, I believe, was the death difficulty to Calamity, I did that. And that was kind of my... I did that super sweaty tryhard thing, got to the end, finally finished it, like, cool, I'm glad I did that. Also, I don't want to ever do that again. Because at the end there, on death difficulty, it was just so much life to drill through. Where are you, investigation mode? I'm not. I have the window open, but I'm not. And it's because I was foraging when I went over there, and I just didn't get rid of the window. Calamity just announced they ceased development. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, how long have they been working on that? Because they've been working on Calamity since... Hell, has it been like 10 plus years almost or something now? That's a long time for a mod to be maintained. Especially when it's like a decent-sized team and all that. And then through a game that's getting active development and therefore having like random big changes that could break everything. You're new and bad at the game? That is everybody. So don't feel bad, that is just normal. The first thing you do when you boot up Project Zomboid is you be absolutely horrible at it. And you keep doing it until you stop being horrible at it. But we all have that stage where we die, and we die, and we die, and we die. And then someday we stop dying. Let's see, Calamity had, let's say, some socially unacceptable issues, hence the stoppage. You can Google the details, it's not for Twitch chat. That is fair. Turns out the main dev was a crappy person, and the game gave the reins over to another crappy person. And everyone wanted to pull their content from it. Do you play with mods? Right now I'm running no mods at all. Generally speaking, when I play Project Zomboid, I tend to run very light on mods. Usually it's just a couple of UI mods and that kind of thing. But you really don't need mods for Project Zomboid. There are fun mods out there if you want them. Like it is a game with a lot of mod options. But absolutely not required to get a good time out of the game and all that. And I have thousands of hours in the game. Yeah, so we're gonna draw all the zombies out of here. You feel like you can't play a game with let's organize my base better mods? Yeah, I mean, the problem is, what was the mod, the sorting mod for Project Zomboid? I'm blanking on it. Oh, sure, well, thank you. Oh, yeah. I had to think about this. Is the shirt I got in New Zealand because the airline lost my luggage. And I was really shocked that I went... Not New Zealand, that's wrong. The Netherlands. Very different places. In the Netherlands, where British Airways lost my luggage. And I was shocked that I went into the clothing store in the Netherlands and that they had like shirts about Georgia peaches and then this like tropical flamingo shirt, and I was just shaking my head being like, what? Like, why is this a thing here? Like, I don't have a problem with it. It's just weird that, like, you know, you're in Rotterdam and they've got a shirt for, you know, Georgia. Okay. Let's back up a little so we don't aggro more because we're exerted. So rest for a minute, rinse and repeat. And I didn't really want to go down this east road very much. I'm down to cut in after this area, but with as close as it is to the gas station, it's just going to pull those things onto us, so it was worth taking a delay and doing that. Oh, right. Let's just go ahead. That's one hunger for the tomato. That's a crappy tomato. Because my intention is to make this gas station just kind of my base. And the reason for it, it's a gas station. There's no second part. Generally speaking, my base, they always have them along water and or gas stations. Let's go ahead and grab the chocolate. And a bunch of these junk food items. Here, leave the onion powder and the lard there for now. Oh no, the game mode that starts in hell isn't Calamity Mod. That's base game. Calamity Mod completely overhauls everything. It is a bummer to hear that it's like how it went. It always sucks when that kind of thing happens. But it's not anything new or surprising at anymore. Sooner or later people will start, like, I mean, granted, being crappy is not a good thing. But yeah, like sooner or later you usually have people who just stop supporting a mod either because they're burnt out on it or whatever the reason is. And it sucks when it's, you know, drama kind of things, but it happens. It's one of the reasons why you got to be careful with like long playthrough kind of games and then mods, that you can get yourself dependent on the mod and then it stops being support and the game gets updated and you're like, well, you know, you put 1,000 hours into a save that you can no longer load because the mod's not there anymore. And then we've had the conversation a couple of times where there's a big problem going on that people have found out more and more that mods are very effective attack vector for malware. So we are seeing a lot more situations where we're finding malware being put in mods. So it's not don't mod, it's be careful focus on mods that have a lot of people who've done a lot of, you know, a lot of different, you know, like a lot of people have downloaded the mod, a lot of people are using a mod. It's from someone who's kind of known, that kind of thing. Oh, that helps. This is a mod for Terraria, just checking. Was slightly distracted. Yeah, the mod we were talking about that had the, that had, like, the person who was crappy, who said someone else crappy, and the mod imploded, that was Terraria. Calamity mod. It was a really cool mod in its time. Like, it was probably, I would probably say it's, like, the biggest so far as, like, just neat mods for Terraria. Like, when you kind of played the game enough times, you're like, man, I just want, you know, I want to keep playing, but I need something different. It was one of the go-tos. Adds, like, really awesome music, a bunch of new bosses, new biomes, all sorts of stuff, but sounds like it is gone. And especially if it went away where people were not on the best of terms, it's one to be careful about. Because that's where a lot of nasty stuff has happened, is, you know, you'll have someone, they'll support a mod, or, you know, make a mod for a while, and genuinely everything's on the up and up. And then someone's like an absolute jerk to them one day, and they're like, you know, F this is thankless, you know, why do I even bother? And then, you know, some people just pull it off the workshop, so it's just gone. Other people will, you know, put malware and all that stuff and the whole thing. The shape person has apparently legal control of it. Doesn't surprise me. Because that, Calamity mod, like, genuinely, they had a Patreon and everything that they were bringing money in to support it and all that stuff. So it doesn't surprise me that there is legal ownership and copyright kind of stuff involved in all that. Because at that point, it was effectively a business. Because I remember I was on their Discord and everything, and yeah, no, they had pretty respectable money coming in to support that mod for the longest time. But yeah, no, it sounds like Calamity mod's gone, that the guy running it did something crappy that I don't know. We don't need to deal with it in chat. But did something shady, and then passed it off to someone else who was also being crappy, and then, you know, people who had been working on the mod wanted to pull their stuff back out of the mod because of all of it, and you get the idea. Basically, it escalated. It's a bummer, it happens. But yeah, so be careful with mods. Again, it's not that you don't mod or whatever, just, like, Calamity mod would honestly be one I would not be like, oh, be careful with that one. Like, there was definitely enough people downloaded and all that. I would be careful about it now if you see Calamity mod pop back up, because it wouldn't be at all shocking if someone, you know, someone didn't care about the copyright and all that and just grabbed the assets, reposted it up, and then snuck malware in there. Like, that wouldn't surprise me at all for people who wanted to finish that out, or now that it's become this big drama, you know, want to check out what it was and yada yada. It'd be a perfect time for someone to do that kind of thing. Hello, hello, Keys. How are you doing? Got anything good for me? We are getting a lot of car keys. Like, a lot of car keys. Yeah, by default, zombie bodies... Where? Oh, there you are. I was like, I hear the zombie. By default, the zombie bodies last about 9 days. There's some, like, buffoonery where sometimes instead of disappearing, they'll become a skeleton and the bodies will stay a little bit longer when that happens and stuff like that. But broadly speaking, 9 days. It's one of the reasons why when people are like, how do you deal with all the bodies? And I usually will make the joke, I'm like, I'm doing it right now. Right now, I am dealing with the bodies. This is how I deal with the bodies. Right as you're watching, this very second, I am dealing with the bodies. And the meme being I don't do anything. The only exception I'll make with that kind of thing is when it comes to dealing with the bodies, is I will take the time if the bodies are in a room where I'm going to be spending a lot of time like crafting or sleeping. Sometimes I will take the time to remove a body, like especially if it's a room I'm sleeping in. I mean, crafting more bodies is a type of dealing with. It helps to pull them away and not being around them. Yeah, it does. It's just the amount of effort. For those who don't know, when you move these bodies, it is a tremendous amount of exertion. It is a tremendous amount of exertion to deal with zombie bodies. So you really only want to move them in the event that it's a place that it's going to be a problem. So, like, for example, let's pretend that room, that little room here you see behind the phones there, it's probably a bathroom. Let's pretend that's where I'm sleeping, for whatever reason. And if there's a body or two in there, I will drag them outside. But other than that, if they're out in that, like, this corridor here could be literally solid bodies the whole way, and I'm sleeping in there, I wouldn't bother. The moment that door's closed, I'm good. Basically, if you don't see the stink icon, you're probably fine. Let's see. You're starting a wild run and then sleeping in a tent and then burning the bodies? Oh, I wouldn't even bother with that. I'd just move my tent up the river a little. Or make a deliberate, conscious effort to drag the zombies farther away from your tent to kill them. What is your mission in this playthrough? So, right now, the way we're approaching this playthrough is there's obviously the survival element. But once I get myself established on a base, which is my intention to be that gas station up there, what I'm going to do from there is the annotated maps we find. I'm going to have the goal of, like, running down the annotated maps and just getting as many of the places checked as possible. Is it worth doing? No. No, annotated maps will sometimes give you some cool stuff. They basically guarantee you a survivor house most of the time. But at the same time, on like settings like mine, the resources I'll expend reaching the house are far more than I'll gain. But it's kind of a way to give me direction of going, okay, but where are we going to next to explore like the new towns and whatever? Not new towns, but where they've cleaned up the towns. But the first part of it is I want to get myself, you know, the generator magazine, that kind of stuff, so I can drive around. And then once I can drive around and I have a way to do renewable food and water, which is get a fishing pole, is what I'm going to be doing in this one. Once I can pull that off, then we will start pursuing whichever, you know, annotated map makes the most sense for me to pursue. Because we've got, I think, 4 we've seen so far. Okay. At some point, I should check upstairs in this building as well. I've been putting it off, and I really shouldn't. I don't expect to find much I care about in there, but I do like the lawn chair, or the folding chairs on the roof. It's just, if you're gonna get yourself in trouble and killed, these days, it's gonna be indoors. With the new lighting, indoors got way scarier in Build 42. That scene makes it look like you sprayed Raid on a bunch of ants. Pretty much. Okay. Alright, I've been putting this off. Let's go finish checking this place out. Okay, so that was the last of this area we hadn't checked out. I didn't expect to find much there. Custom sandbox. Oh, glad I checked back here. Okay. What are your go-to settings? So normally I play at 16 times population, which is the maximum the game supports. I do not recommend that to anyone with a pulse. And if you don't have a pulse, you probably also should probably not recommend it as well. It is the way you play. Is like, have you ever wanted to suffer? Like, really properly suffer? We have just found, like... Oh, wait, trash can licorice? Oh, wait, gross. It's licorice. I didn't think about that part. I just thought it came out of trash can, and now it's pretty exciting. Why are there so many buckets in here? Normally in runs I have to, like, go out of my way. We'll follow... It's okay. We'll follow it with sugar, and it'll make it all better. No, I shouldn't skip these. Place has some weird stuff. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Simcopter 1? And the run's going good. We've been checking a lot of cool stuff here. Oh, good. They had maggots in their trash can for some reason. I'm more concerned that they had the maggots at all, not that they're in the trash can, just to clarify. For those who don't know Simcopter 1, another fantastic content creator. Oh, good. 7 corporate principles, if anyone wants a page turner. But, I mean, some reason, the big concern is why you have maggots in your place at all, not that they're in the garbage. Okay, but check out Zomcopter 1, absolutely fantastic content creator. Has been playing Project the Zomboid as well. Does lots of like simulation and strategy games and whatnot. Also been doing a lot of retro games recently. So definitely someone to check out all at good time. We're gonna go ahead and scarf on some gummy worms. Alright. So we have officially checked the entire Gigamart. There's tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of food in there. In fact, now that we've explored it, let's mark the map. Let's see. So there's nothing in there. I'll mark it as home. It's not actually secure. Mark this. A symbol. Food and tools. Entirely too many tools and food. Not that I'm really worried about losing track. Let's see. One time, a family member, different household, had maggots in their garbage, and we would talk about why that wasn't normal. Yep. Yep. It's gross. Hey, Marguerite, how's it going? Alright, so we're going to drop off all of those buckets we found, because that can be helpful for us for water storage. The water got turned off. Oh my god, that's so many buckets. In a run, I normally find like 2 or 3 buckets. Let alone just... I've got, I think, 3 back at the other house. And I got all these here. So if I get low on water, once these are full, we just take them to a grill or whatever. And we can boil them up. Gonna go ahead and have our sippy sip. Okay. Where's that magazine? Alright. I'm just gonna blast through this magazine real fast so I can chuck it on the body. Okay. Here's the magazine. Have a good time. There is a lot of sand I would describe as beige. Not all sand. Sand comes in a range of colors. Yeah, don't give up, skeleton. You went skeleton just as you threw it on him. I thought it was already skeleton there, but either way. And then we're crossing this, which is all stinky. But yeah, if you're not stuck fighting around the zombie corpses, like you'll notice we're at overwhelming stench, which is as bad as that gets. So that will eventually get us queasy and nauseous. How many kills are we up to? This is the character we started yesterday, and we're at 1,218 kills in 20 days. And we did start with... I actually haven't checked the stats in a while. We did start with no stats whatsoever, so everything was at 0. We're at axe about 1.5, long blunt about 3.5, maintenance about 4 2/3, short blade about 1 and some change. Short blunt about 3 1/4. And then spear I have almost 1 because we got a garden fork. Fitness we're at about 2 1/3. Nimble is about 1.5. Strength is just basically at 3. And then foraging we're at about 3 3/4. Yeah, no, it's all good. It also like depends on what your focus is as well. Like you can play on the exact same settings, and if you're like really focused on kill zombie, you're gonna make a lot more headway. It can even just be RNG too. Like if you get lucky and you get a good early weapon or two to get your stats up, like you get like a very early metal baseball bat or crowbar, you'll get a much better starting for fighting than if someone's, you know, stuck dealing with like kitchen knives and all that. It can be wild how much of a difference that can make in how a run performs and feels. Should be Colby Jack. Yeah, so what do you got in you? Is that an ice pick? Or not ice pick, ice axe? Alright. Hello, zombie from behind. How you doing? Zombies from... Oh, that's probably the ones that broke the door while I was in there. I just chose to ignore it. You're in an interesting position in your product Zomboid playthrough. You pretty much have everything you need, and you want to take up a hobby. Yeah, so if you've gotten to the point where you're like established that your food's basically sorted, your water's basically sorted, that, you know, if you wanted to, you could kind of live indefinitely, it is good to have something to work on. And that could be, you know, finding some type of crafting you want to pursue, blacksmithing or whatever. It can also be giving yourself like a random thing you want to achieve. Just because, like, I've done stuff where I've collected things like friendship bracelet. There is the doll that's just called doll. I've collected tons of those, which gets really creepy real fast. I've collected the flamingos and garden gnomes and stuff like that. I know a lot of people will do base building. Oh, that's a fireman's axe. There's, like, plenty of stuff to do there, but it's always the trick of, like, what is going to get your interest and hold your interest, which is always a tricky one. I still think for my most like ridiculous and cursed one. Oh man, I'm blanking on what the name of the character was. I used to just know it off the top of my head. We had a character that was my first time playing the cryogenic winter mod. Louisville was very, very new. Was it my first time? I think it was my first successful time doing cryogenic winter. But Louisville was very, very new, and we were using the random spawn mod. And so I randomly spawned in a prison cell in the Rosewood prison, and luckily I was able to get out, because sometimes when you do the random spawn, you're just like, well, I guess I'm dead. So I got out of the prison cell, and we got out of Rosewood, and we're like, let's go to Louisville. It's the new thing. Let's check it out. So I made my way all the way up to Louisville. I should be reading while I'm talking about this. So I made my way all the way up to Louisville, and I went along that left side where the river is, and there's some nice, really big, impressive houses there. And I went to one of the big houses over there, by the university, and it's like, okay, you know, we're over here clearing stuff, checking out Louisville. Hey, look, there's the university here. I got some friendship bracelets. You know what? Let's collect the friendship bracelets. And it went from kind of endearing, because we were like, oh yeah, we want everyone to have a friend in our world. And it went from this endearing thing to very quickly going, oh, this is getting very creepy. Maybe we belonged in that prison cell. As I had the side table by the bed, and it had like 120 friendship bracelets, and there's like, oh, our character's probably just a serial killer. And we took it a step farther from there, because then I started trying to write friend on the driveway using the friendship bracelets. And I believe we got part of the way through the end before I finally did die. I got a katana and just was just sending it with the katana and just got way too aggressive. Because especially back then, getting the katana was like getting quad damage in an old first-person shooter, where just for, you know, however long it lasts, you're just deleting things. And it got really aggressive and just overextended and got myself grabbed. But yeah, it was definitely one of those ones you're playing through where you're like, wait a second, hang on. This wholesome, endearing thing we were doing, really took a dark turn. You still can't sharpen the thing in Build 42, right? The katana? I don't know. I haven't honestly seen a katana in Build 42 at all. Like a katana drop. Every night Rual told his friends goodnight. Yeah. Well, that was the thing. Like, it was when I went, and because I just been chucking him in there not paying attention. And when I looked in the drawer and was like, oh man, I'm gonna fill this drawer up extremely with friendship bracelets. Hold up, I have 120 something friendship bracelets in the side table. This is not a thing a rational person does. This is some kind of cry for help. But the fact that we had spawned in the prison at the beginning is like, oh no, we belonged in that cell. That was not a mistake. Whatever we had going on. Do you find you're ever short in water in single player things? It feels like you could just drink the tubs and toilets. You can for a long time. You will eventually start running low. It becomes more of a thing that it becomes less convenient. You know, the building you're in runs out of water, so now you're running to the building next door, and then it runs out of the water, and now you're running down the street to get the next one, and it runs out of water. Or more realistically, you get a bunch of water bottles and you fill them up. But you kind of keep going farther and farther until the actual run back and forth starts to get a little annoying in its own right. You could certainly live for pretty much everywhere, just, you know, floating from house to house. You remember you dumping the bracelets on the driveway? Oh man, I was like trying to think of how many people would have been around that. We have people who are certainly there, but yeah, that was so long ago. But yeah, you can generally go from house to house. It's not even necessary to do that. Like, you probably noticed at the gas station there, I took all those buckets and I just dumped them out there. You can actually be at a house that has no water available. You just dump a bunch of buckets, cooking pots, saucepans, dump all that outside, and just have a grill or something. Let the rain fill it up, toss it all in the oven, boil it, and be good. And even that's unnecessary. Like, the game says, you know, when you go to drink from a lake or whatever, it says, oh no, this water's tainted, don't drink that. You can do it. It's fine. Just don't do it if you're already nauseous or something. But as long as you're not already sick or whatever, you can just straight up just drink out of the river. It's fine. Just don't bottle it. For whatever reason, bottling contaminated water makes it lethal. But as long as you drink just, you know, sippy sip right from the river, it's fine. You also have stuff like wells and all that that are effectively an infinite clean water source. Or actually, did they nerf the wells? I mean, it doesn't matter, because you could still just sip directly from water sources that are tainted, and it's fine. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good to keep some lemongrass on you if you're, They nerfed it for, like, a single patch. That's right, because I remember people got really upset about it. They've done that a few times. There was a point in Build 41 where they made it so the water from the lakes and river was not okay to drink. Like, it wasn't just a little lethal. You, like, accidentally took, like, 1 unit of thirst sip, and it just straight up murdered you. But it was also one that stayed that way for a very brief window, and then they switched it back. Because it was a thing that they had communicated for a while. They're like, hey, we're going to do this. Hey, we're going to do this. Hey, we're going to do this. We're doing this. It's coming. We're doing this. And then they did it, and then a bunch of people died. Because people don't read, like, understandably, people aren't saying they're reading the patch notes. They're not going to the forum. They're not going to these places. They're not even reading, like, the Steam news page. And that's no negative on any of them. Because why the hell would they? And if you put a big screen on the middle of your thing, it's got like 50 patch notes on it. No one reads through it half the time. That's not true. A bunch of people do. But the bulk of people don't read through it because they only got 2 hours to play their game tonight. They're playing their game. Yeah, so a bunch of people are living their lives and all that stuff. Yeah, no, absolutely. For whatever reason, you can drink directly from a river or lake, and it's totally chill and fine. Everything's good. Thumbs up. You put it in a bottle, and just straight up murders you. Like, it's not even a little bit. It is absolutely lethal. For whatever reason. Now, that said, it could be a thing that someday they change that. So, can you boil it? Yeah, you can boil it. That's actually, if you want to do it, you know, correctly, where you're like, it's the river, it's not safe. You can just take like a cooking pot, fill up a cooking pot, chuck it on a campfire, on a grill or whatever, and boil it, and it'll be safe. The tainted tag will drop off of it. Once it, like, it'll turn red to show that it's hot for a couple of seconds, and then it'll turn, you know, do that. That's how I've been doing it. Yeah, it's probably not a bad habit, because it honestly surprises me that we can still drink directly from the rivers and lakes, because it's always been a thing that felt like it wasn't meant to be that way, but, you know, something happened at some point that made it safe, and now it's been that way for so long that it's hard to kind of take backsies. Let's back up. We're aggroing way too much. Like, and for the record, if they were like just tomorrow being like, yo, don't drink from that river and lake anymore, it will kill you, that's fine. It would add a tiny bit of consideration I have to do for my run survival if I'm out in the wilderness, but it's a very tiny one. All we need to do is come up. That was a whiff. All I need to do is come up with any type of container I can make hot, which is usually not hard. Very genuinely, if you're foraging, you'll probably just straight up find a cooking pot or a saucepan, or at least something you can use. A bucket. Oh, it's like 10 p.m. My character needs to be back home. Alright, we'll be back. It's past my bedtime. The streetlight's turned off. I don't want to get in trouble with Mom. Mom said I had to be home before the streetlights turned on. I don't want to get grounded. It's gonna take me to the arcade tomorrow. It's now 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Aw, man, those commercials back in the day. There's still power? Not in my world. When you're playing Project Zomboid, the power on normal settings is on when it starts. And it used to be between days 0 and 30 the power would go out. But it does appear they did change that with Build 42. I don't know if it's Build 42 or Build 42.2 or when it changed. That now the default is between days 14 and 30 the power goes out. Whereas water can just be out immediately. I don't have a strong opinion on that change. I don't feel like it affects too much. But it is weird that we don't have, like, the old setting as an option. It's like, you can have it off 14 to 30, 30 to, like, whatever. You get the idea. Longer times. But it's not a thing that I'm, you know, either for or against or whatever. It's just like, that's whatever. But yeah, so our power went out on day 15. So out of the 15 days, 16 days it could have gone off. It went the second earliest day it could have. It would be nice if we could set water to the same range. Oh, the 14 to 30? I'm willing to bet we can't. Oh. We can still read for a couple more seconds. And I could take out a flashlight and read throughout the night, but this is the last book I can read right now. There's no urgency about it. Okay. We got the electrical, we got all this, got lots of snacks. Okay, and it's midnight and to sleep. But yeah, you probably noticed it was 10 p.m. and we could still see relatively fine, but once we got to 11 p.m., it got really hard to see anything. That was the reason it's like, oh, we need to be back. Is because that poor visibility is entirely the kind of thing that gets you killed in this game. Because then you don't see the zombie and you hear and you start freaking out trying to figure out where the heck that noise is coming from, and then you die. Oh, you weren't saying that it became a zombie when I put the magazine on it. You're saying the skeleton disappeared when I put it. Yeah, that's probably right. It's like I'm pretty sure it was just that. Let's go ahead and eat some gummy worms, because they're only worth like 5 hunger. Okay, we can go down here, get those stragglers that were chasing us. And like I said, I really want to get into these residential houses across the street down here, because the other side is spiffos. I've already got more food than I know what to do with, so finding a bunch of rotten hamburgers isn't going to do me a whole lot of good. Versus if we can keep going down, when we hit the houses... houses are kind of nice in the game because they're kind of your catch-all loot. A lot of buildings have, like, specific things. You'll find a warehouse, it's full of produce, or it's full of tools, or it's full of, like, farming stuff, whatever. You'll find a tool place, it's gonna have tools. You find a library, it's gonna have books. And it's good when you're, like, purpose looking for that stuff, but then you got houses, and houses are just a grab bag of everything. So you don't have a lot of anything, but you got a little bit of everything. So they tend to be a pretty good choice for just, you know, getting yourself some books, some tools, a little bit of food here and there. Sometimes you get really lucky and you'll find, like, good backpacks, and the generator will sometimes be in their, like, tool sheds or whatever. Besides the gun store and the police station... the gun store, not a gun store. Well, in Lake Fallis, there is an outdoors... Well, actually, it should still be there. Lake Fallis, there's, like, a, kind of an outdoor store, has, like, a bunch of farming stuff, but it does have a lockup in the back with a lot of guns in there. There's a small police department in Lake Fallis as well. It's just okay for guns in the police department there. It's very small. That's a good place. You can go to the military checkpoint outside the front of Louisville. That's all military tech out there. So it's a very good place to find not just guns, but like find like assault rifles and everything. The Rosewood prison has an administration area. That administration area has a gun lockup in it that's pretty generous. But keep in mind, the Rosewood prison is one of the most dangerous places on the map. You can go to the secret military the secret military base. That usually has a bunch of military zombies that are a good source of ammunition. There's two gun ranges, sorry. There's two gun ranges, one by the mall on the eastern side of the map, and one relatively close to Echo Creek. I think it's on the northwest side of Echo Creek, if memory serves correctly. That there's a lot of guns in that place. If you go to the west of Lake Fallis, and a little bit west of Riverside, there's a road that goes north-south that's kind of got like a little crossroad shopping area. There's a military surplus store there that's just up to its eyeballs in guns as well. And other stuff. Yeah, you got a lot of places, actually. That's the reason when you're like, the gun store, I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean, the gun store? I'm assuming you mean the West Point one, because that's the biggest one. There's a lot of places to get firearms. Almost every town has at least some place. The only one I'm not sure about is March Ridge. I can't think of a spot in March Ridge that has firearms. At least, oh no. I mean, not anymore. It used to be that the apartments in March Ridge practically spat out guns. But they nerfed that a while ago. So I think March Ridge these days is about the only place that doesn't have much in the way of options for firearms. As far as, like, major cities, like, Valley Station, I think, has no firearms anywhere nearby. Dixie definitely doesn't have any firearms nearby. Yeah, you meant the generic sense. Of course, different cities can have different things. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, with that one, yeah. So it'd be, you know, police stations, gun stores, there are, like, outdoors kind of stores that will have it. And then the big ones is just, like, the point of interest. There's a lot of point of interests out there that have lots of firearms. Like, there's multiple police stations that are points of interest. There's gun ranges that are point of interest. And they're all very good choices for if you're trying to pursue firearms. You thought the point of March Ridge was to look for guns if there was a military town with nothing else? That's what it used to be. Unless they changed it, they did really nerf the firearms you found, because it used to be as the apartment building there, that apartment building genuinely was one of the most generous places for guns in the entire game. But they did nerf that at one point. Because you'd straight up walk out of that place and, you know, have an entire arsenal of firearms. Now, granted, I didn't feel bad about that one because you went into that place and you had to go to apartment in this 4-story building. Then that place got sketch as hell because there's 2 different ways for zombies to get on you. And March Ridge is very, very dense with zombies. And it was real easy for you to get flanked from the other side and have zombies pour in and get yourself cornered. Like, those apartments are one you, like, walked around the outside of the building, like, 8 or 9 times, making absolutely sure you cleared it out before you started trying to do anything inside. And even then, you usually try to make a racket to get as many of those zombies out of the building before you start poking your nose in there. A lot of those multi-story buildings get super sketch. How long is this run? We are on day 2 in the run. And Product Zomboid runs are as long as you want them to be. Or until you die. There is no, like, the only way the game ends is either you die or you quit. There's no roll credits, no anything like that. Yeah, so, like, the big thing we're trying to do right now is just start pursuing the generator magazine. So that's the reason I want to get down to these residential areas. A lot of them will have tool sheds and all that, I assume. I haven't, like, this is our first time in the newly redone Rosewood. But a lot of these probably will have tool sheds and all them. And that's generally a fairly consistent place to find generators, is to just hit up a bunch of tool sheds and sooner or later you'll find a generator. And while there's certainly generators that are, you know, better and worse so far as, are they loud, how often do they need maintenance, what's their gas efficiency, yada yada. A generator that works is literally all that matters. It's not like real-life generators where this is a 3,000 watt generator, it can only handle this much, that's a 5,000 watt generator, it can handle more. There's nothing like that in this game. A generator can power as much as you hook up to it in this game. It'll just burn fuel faster. And eventually it gets to the point where it burns the fuel so fast it's utterly obnoxious. So you just don't put that much on it. Okay, we got a bunch more zombies still closing in. You have plenty of generators in your run so far, but not single generator magazine. The generator magazine's really rare. You don't technically need a generator magazine, though. If you just level up your electronics, I think it's like 2 or 3, you will learn to use the generator, like hook up the generator by itself. So the generator magazine is an optional thing. That said, grinding electrical sucks. Yeah, 3-2 with inventive. Yep. Question, can you shove bodies into the back of the box truck? Well, actually... Ooh, you know what? I honestly don't know the answer to that anymore. You used to be able to. I don't think you can. Because corpses used to be an item you could pick up and put in your inventory, and they were just heavy. But now, I don't believe you can pull a corpse into your inventory at all, which means... You have zip ties? Oh, you're a police officer. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, why do you randomly have zip ties on your person? Right, they're police zip ties. Yeah, no, so the mechanics is for hot wiring a car is what you're thinking about, Penny. It's electrical and mechanical for hot wiring a car. For the generator, it's just electrical. And I need to not be fighting because we're getting real tired. And it's only 9 a.m. Yeah, no, it's all good. I've done the same thing where I've said like that kind of thing, and people are like, no, it's that. It's like, oh, right, yeah, I got that backwards. And thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. Because it's also those things that I don't actually end up needing to hotwire cars very often. Man, I can't think of the last time I've hotwired a car, product Zomboid. Because broadly speaking, almost always, like, as I'm running around the map, I will find the keys. Keys are really easy to come by compared to what they used to be. Like, you just keep fighting zombies near the cars, you're gonna find a key sooner or later. Okay. Another thing I probably need to do at some point is grab a bowl. You know, in hindsight, there's probably a bowl in here. There's a big old grocery store. Because we can find a bowl. What I can start doing is anytime I get something I can shove in a bowl. I can put that to use. I was like, actually, we should check the oven mid-aisle. I was like looking like a bust on the bowl front. Come on, you gotta have a bowl here somewhere. Okay, we can check these middle aisles and all that. This place is much nicer when it wasn't super dark and I couldn't see anything. Yeah, it seems like there's only a handful of loot tables you have on this. It's like soap and all that, which is fine. I'm pretty sure we already checked all these and I already had all the magazines. I didn't read that one. Well, that's fine. It was probably worth checking. Because if we had a bowl, what I could do is anytime I found, like, herbs and all that, I could cut them up, put them in as a salad, meat, put it in as a salad, and slowly work in getting your cooking up. Because for a fun, weird thing you could do, is it's somewhere around, like, cooking 6 or 8 or something like that. You can start cooking with rotten food, and it'll, like, take away the dangerous part of it. You get, like, almost no nutrition compared to what you would get for not using rotten food. But it is a way to effectively clean up rotten food in your world in a way that's arguably beneficial. And then plus on top of that, is it more could be overweight? Just a little. Finding lots of axes on these zombies. Okay, we'll get these last two over here. Gotta make a mod that turns bombs out of compost because farming is useless. Yeah, no, it's unfortunately definitely a thing. They really need to back off the realism on the farming. Like, it just, unfortunately, those grow times make it utterly useless. Even, like, people make the comments like, it's a little bit better in the server. It's like, sure, on a server with multiplayer, I can see the argument. But the mechanics should work whether I'm on multiplayer or single player. And right now, for single player, it's really not in a good place. I didn't see you hiding in that chair. You planted crops in the ideal month, they're all dead. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You have to go up and check. Do they have disease? Okay, well then you gotta go and get your stuff like the milk whatever to treat the flies or this to treat that disease. And so just one of those things that, like, compared to all the other food, they just have a weird number of extra barriers. And, like, don't get me wrong, in Build 41, the farming was so easy and so plentiful, it was basically free food. You just chucked the seeds in the ground, you walked away, sure, 1 out of 10 plants might die from this or that, but who cares? You'd get so many seeds on the other side, it was utterly irrelevant. But on the other hand, they just swung that lever full force the other direction, said, what if you, like, this was such an insurmountable cliff that it was literally not worth doing. It's not even that's like, oh, the other stuff is a little better, so it's like, no. If this is the only option, people would quit the game because it's that bad. So you space them out, they died in the winter straight up. They were healthy meanwhile. You got 2 freezers of dead rabbits. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. Well, that's the thing. Like, from the balance side, it's like, yeah, some of the other stuff is very easy and all, and I actually don't think they should penalize the other ones. I think, for the most part, food collection's actually not in a terrible place for the purposes of just staying fed, but for the purposes of farming specifically, that with the realistic times, more than anything else, that farming is just so much in a bad spot. It's just really... Like, genuinely, you grow something for the badge of pride of being like, hey, I successfully managed to get a plant to the other side. You can also think that if a zombie walks over your crop at any point, it just destroys it. It's just instantly vaporized. We're definitely going to be tired early today, because it's the second time I've gone high exertion. Because I'm fighting greedy. But yeah, so it's a thing, like, honestly, the zombies walking over your crops, destroying them, I'm okay with that. It's just the idea of how long it takes. We did the math earlier today, that it was something like 90 in-game hours to get, like, a head of cabbage from planting. Now, granted, that's not counting if you fast forward and all the other stuff, so it'd still be there. So, weirdly enough, you just got, like, 140 corn you appropriate from a cornfield. You're trying to dry. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can find existing crops, and that can actually be very plentiful. Sadly, you actually don't gain agriculture skill for harvesting existing crops. Which, sure, whatever. It's just weirdly they've made farming to be ridiculously powerful. Now, granted, maybe part of the reason of that is all the other food stuff you have to move around a little bit, but even then, not much. Fishing, if you live by a lake or a river, you just circle the lake or a river. It's not a big deal. Foraging, you have to move around a little bit to look around, but you can just keep doubling back over areas. You just have to kind of have enough area that you're not doubling over stuff too quickly. I'm not sure, other than, again, realism, why any of it is the way it is. We'll see. I'm honestly kind of hoping, since they've got, like, an actual design lead person who has been doing, like, while I don't necessarily like all the changes that have been happening, because they're just not aligned with what I prefer, I think they've been good. Like, broadly, I think the game is in a much better place with having someone kind of calling the shots, being like, this is what we're doing here, this is the direction this is going, that kind of thing. It feels like just having gotten to the farming mechanic to, like, revisit it and clean it up. But I am hopeful the person will go in and be like, okay, realism or not, this is dumb. Either we need to, like, massively overhaul this so that, like, sure, it takes a realistic time, but, you know, they're way more durable against the zombies, and the random diseases are way lower of a concern, and yada yada. You know, do a bunch of stuff around that, or ditch the realism time spans, or something like that. There's a couple different ways they could fix it. I don't think it's, like, an irredeemable mechanic or something. Like, for me, I would just be like, hey, it's a video game. Sure, maybe in real life this crop takes 60 days to plant. Maybe it takes 12 or 14 or whatever. So still is a bit of a time commitment, but, you know, it's not an inheritance for your children to see through to the other side. Planting should be plant or forget. I'm honestly okay with needing to do some stuff, like, whatever. But it feels like it should be something that's more visible, that you can see what's going on with the crop. And if they're going to have stuff, they're relatively easy to treat. Because some of the remedies for, like, dealing with the crop stuff is such... Like, you have to, like, find the recipe, they're hard to make because they need, like, milk and such and all that. Another big wave of them. You also won't be able to tell if the crops have disease until you level your agriculture skill. So you're just praying some of the crops survive until RNG? Yeah. Well, that's another thing that, like, kind of compounds the plant lifespan. It's probably one of those things that they also need to just go in and be like, hey, like, make the odds of disease on these plants really low. Not that it doesn't happen, but that, like, if you plant 10 of them, at least half of them should make it to the other side based on the average RNG. Because it doesn't feel like they meaningfully adjusted it for the longer lifespan of the crops. And thereby making it so the amount that got disease was just so much higher. Because I remember as a thing, you would plant your crops before, and you put down like 20 things of potatoes, and you might have one, maybe two, that wouldn't grow the full way. So when you harvested everything else, and this one was growing slower, you just rip it up, replant it. That 3 times in a row I've gone to high exertion because I'm pulling greedy. I need to not do this. It is going to get me in trouble. And this time, we also have... You know, we're also hurting from it. Alright, we need to back off. We've reached a level of pain and exertion that we're swinging slower. Moodles aren't Pokemon, stop trying to catch them all. They should add activities such as what you can do to have crops still growing, and then give you XP instead of having to be harvest only. I would also make it so if I harvest an existing crop on the map, I do get some agriculture. Like, it's a little bit weird to me that just because someone else grew it, that you get literally nothing for it. I'm okay with it being, like, substantially less XP, but it should be one of those things that each time you water it, each time you plant it, when you harvest it, that there are all these, like, little baby steps of just a bit more XP as long as those things. Well, I think the problem about using the stages, though, is because when you're distant from your crops, you don't want the game to have to, like, reload that constantly to check, did it advance? Okay, give that person XP. That could become a major server issue, that it'd have to track the ticks on every single one of the crops. Versus normally it's when you get back in, you do it. So I'd rather it be something that, like, each time you interact with the crop, not necessarily inspecting it for cheesing it, but, like, again, when you plant it, when you water it, when you harvest it, if you make any of, like, the remedies for it, each of those remedies should give you a little bit of agriculture XP as well. Like, any time you are doing something agriculture, you should get at least a trickle XP. Even if it's not a lot, just some kind of progress. Okay. Put our book away. Was it similar to Animal Care? Any actions gave us XP? Yeah, I know exactly. Like, and actions you could just sit there and, like, chain repeat, sure. Those either need to not give XP or they give very small amounts. But that's fine, because generally speaking, there isn't one. So when you water it and it's at full full watered, you're not allowed to water it again. And I understand they're like, oh, but you'll be able to get really fast XP by planting a bajillion seeds. Like, okay, then you wasted a bajillion seeds. If that's what you want to do to get, like, 2 or 3 levels in it, why stop? I'm allowed to grab a big giant heap of sticks and start carving them. How's that any different? If I take the time to collect the supplies to train the skill, let me train the skill. It's not like it's going to decide a run or not. Food is not that hard of an objective. And on top of that, the things you grow, broadly speaking, can't give you enough calories to gain weight realistically. Not unless you're really, really overeating, and even then, it's very tenuous. So it's not like it's going to make survival trivialized. You still have to deal with, like, traps or animal, like, traps or, like, making butter or fishing or whatever. You're just trying to go trap bait? No, exactly. But it's alright. We'll see. That's the kind of stuff where I don't necessarily agree that they should have gone stable. I feel like some of the stuff, like the farming being where it's at, it's like, okay, but really, is the game stable as in it's not crashing? Yeah, no, actually, the only crash I had was dropping in 16 times pop in the middle of March Ridge, which is really pushing the game to its limits. So honestly, fair. That crashing is just, yep, that's expected behavior, because that is an unreasonable number of objects to be loading into your game. The fact that they let us try anyways, I actually think is a positive. I like games that are like, hey man, you know, we recommend you don't let your theme park have over 600 guests, but we'll let you turn it up. It'll probably run badly, but you can turn it up if you want. I appreciate when games do that, and they let you take the chance and break things. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, and here's the next wave. But I mean, each time we're doing this, we're pulling back like 10, 12 zombies, killing them, so we're doing a number on this. Oh, I did not rest nearly long enough. If we're already exerted, hang on, we gotta back off. I was impatient. I miss in build 41, if you sat down in a chair, it put a little bar above your head, that when the bar filled up, you knew you were fully rested. I miss that. I really actually don't care for the ambiguity where you can't tell when you're fully rested. Or at least near. Like, it's almost like we could use an extra Moodle for when you're like in a really good place rest-wise. I would love to have a Moodle up here for like where you've got like the lungs there that are that color, that maybe when you're above like 95% or something like that, they would show like, you know, a set of lungs that are in good shape or whatever. Speaking, let's see, the many players PlanetSide enjoyers rejoice that the PlanetSide experience might have as well. 100 players on a 3-way huge map. Neat. How many zombies are 1 times population? You mean in the world, or like what's the scope we're looking at? Let's see, they had that via Moodle during Unstable a few patches, then it disappeared again. Personally, using a Moodle to show rested status now. Yeah, that's I usually had minimal display bars, and I would primarily keep it around for, you had questions you'd typically get as a content creator where people are like, oh, you know, I understand how weight gain works, or, oh, like, you know, I seem to go back to being out of breath almost instantly, and I don't understand what's going on. And then you can, like, show them the bar where you're like, okay, well, at about 70%, you go out of breath, but it disappears and you're at 71%. So, like, you need to actually wait to recover that 30% you can't see, or you'll just go right back out of breath the next hit. Let's see, in the world, you're thinking about doing a zombie clear run, and you heard that 16 times pop is like 4 million or something like that. Yeah, no, even 1 times pop, you are talking hundreds of thousands of zombies. And to give you an idea of what you're talking, at about 1 full year, 4 months going full send on killing zombies, I did get to 135,000 zombies killed. And that was full send, sweaty, jumping into the thick of it. Keeping in mind at the lower populations, your kill rates will be slower because you'll spend more time trying to find the zombies because they'll be far more dispersed. Very genuinely, it's not that map clear runs can't be done. They can. It is a very significant time investment. Just as a warning. What I would honestly probably recommend you start with is not necessarily going for a full map clear. It can turn into a full map clear. But instead be like, I'm going to clear all the major towns. Because that's probably talking like 200,000 zombies would be, well, probably more than that, but somewhere in that ballpark. Because I want to say 1 times pop Louisville is 100-something thousand zombies by itself. I want to say it's up there somewhere, like low 100,000 or something like that. And then a lot of the other towns are in like the tens of thousands, I think. With like West Point being one of the higher up ones. And we're backing off because we're getting drowsy. But yeah, so I would probably set off to be like, all right, let me see how long it takes me to clear one of the cities. Hey, Sui, thank you so much for the host over there on the YouTube side. I appreciate that. It's probably going to be a thing we're going to be wrapping up pretty soon, but it is very much appreciated. I've already gone a bit longer than I probably should have, but it does mean a lot and all that good stuff, so thank you so much for that. For those who don't know Sui, can we get a shout out for Sui on the Twitch side? I don't know if that's even a thing on the YouTube side, but Sui's another fantastic content creator on the platform. Here, I can actually get it. I imagine my mods are mostly getting their stuff sorted out for the day. I'll have to do it this way. For those who don't know Sui, an absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Also been playing Project Zomboid. Yeah, sorry, I went ahead and got ahead with it. But also another fantastic content creator, does stream Project Zomboid, RimWorld, a whole bunch of those kind of things. A lot of similar stuff on the channel, and is also a member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. And if you've ever seen the RimWorld Hot Potato, that kind of big event that, you know, if you're into RimWorld, you've probably heard of, that's kind of the creation of Sui. Like, ultimately, we all chip in to make it happen and all that, but Sui is ultimately the initial brain behind that idea, and one of the people who's put more into it than anyone else for making sure it happens every year and all that. Like these days, we have, you know, Wojess and a bunch of others chip in a whole lot as well, but you know, all that. Yeah, well, Soul, yeah, no, absolutely, Soul, when the hot potato stuff goes out, like, when that starts going out, remind me. That's what I will say, remind me. There's usually, like, an application thing. Just to clarify, I'm not gonna, like, shortcut the whole thing. Usually the way it works is we'll be like, okay, we're bringing people in, who would like to join, you know, put your name in the hat, that kind of thing. Then we'll sit down and go through the whole bit. And like a lot of people get in. We do have a couple that so there's sometimes the schedule fills up. There's sometimes that we'll have someone who will put their name in, and then, you know, you'll check the channel, you're like, oh, this channel goes like, what's happening here is very, like, not okay with the charity or whatever. We don't run into that very often. That tends to be more of an issue with people helping organize it on the back end, that we tend to be way pickier about that stuff. Like, if people are a problem, you know, on the back end, you're like, okay, this person's power tripping, we can't have this person help organize. Yeah, no, like I said, when the hot potato comes up, we should talk. I can't imagine it would be a no. I can see where there could be scheduling issues, but we can see. For the record, I don't have the authority to be like unilaterally like, yes, you're in. I do not foresee a reason we would be like absolutely not. You just want to help. You love the thought of helping people through streaming. You're so proud of you get to do Rimmership 2 years in a row. Yeah. Alright, so what we're doing right now is it is too early for us to go to bed. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to sit and rest and all that good stuff. Chad, we need to go out and kill 6 more zombies. We almost have elite. I'm not going to. We're super sleepy and tired, and that's, you know, what was the song? Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Oh, hey, when did it become 4 a.m.? Uh-huh. I know that feeling. I'm also thinking, like, you know, next stream I start on Tuesday. It's like, when the hell did Tuesday show up? How is the week already flying through this fast? I mean, the answer is because I tend to stream on my days off, so it just quickly flies through because I stay busy every day, which I would prefer versus, you know, not being busy. If I have nothing going on, becomes the whole thing. Okay. Yep, now catching 80 plus fish. Oh yeah, no, it's getting it's, I think you only need to get like level 2 or 3 or 4 in fishing, and then the fishing starts to pick up, and then as you level it more and more it gets better. I definitely know before like fishing 2, you struggle to stay fed with the fish you catch. You just don't catch enough to really keep things moving smoothly. So keep eating all the licorice. Eat some mince. Have some peanuts. Cool. And go to sleep. All right. But with that said, before we get into the next day, it is getting to be about that time. We've gone about an hour over the, you know, officially documented time or whatever. So I do really appreciate everyone popping in. I appreciate all those raids, the popping in, all that stuff. Everyone's been incredibly generous tonight and hanging out and all that stuff, so it's always good to have you. For everyone who's new to the channel, who has enjoyed the content, is already following, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is kind of how this whole thing works. If you ever want to find your way back, you can do the follow. If you're watching on YouTube, again, I do apologize on the YouTube side for you missed the whole big chunk of the beginning of the VOD. YouTube was just being broken. I was trying to connect the whole time, and it took us 2 or 3 hours before it finally took the connection over there. But thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. But I don't have a host ready, so it's going to be wrapping up. But thank you so much for tuning in. And for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and toss up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop